What if I told you that after watching this video, you can build pretty much any type of AI automation that you feel like building, either for yourself or for someone else. Now, give me a second, I have to breathe out the little thing I have did here. Okay, I am back, and now let's go over some stuff that we will cover in this course. So, first things will be AI voice agents, the basics like how to prompt AI voice agents. I will give you some framework for the prompting, then how to build a knowledge base. For that you will have a ChatGPT model that my friend created. Yeah, I will leave it down in the description, and it will build the knowledge base for you. Just send over some information. I will show you how to do that. Then how to build the most realistic voice agent. Basically the settings and explaining all of the settings in VAPI, 11 labs, etc. All AI voice agents platforms walkthrough, because we will be building AI voice agents in every single platform, and then building 3 AI agents live, one for customer support, one for AI booking, and one for automated review. Conversational flow, I will walk you through that as well, and then building one AI agent live with conversational flow. That will be a travel planning agent, and we will connect all of this stuff to automation platforms like NIDN and make.com. So we have a lot of stuff to be excited for. Then we will go through AI automations, just the basics. You'll have a NIDN MasterClass, NIDN interface. I'll walk you to the editor and the beginnings basically. Then we will build together one simple workflow, really basic, and I will explain to you how reg agent works, vector database works, and we will build one simple reg agent, and then I will show you a more sophisticated reg agent that I will leave the template down in the description because it is not my build. Okay, great. Now let's get straight into it. I will not waste any more of your time. So here I will explain much more, but still briefly, the basics that you need to know. So let's get straight into it. I will try to make it as quick as possible, but again explain some stuff in more depth. So we have a blank assistant here. Now here we have the prompt, the first message. So provider, the best one I think right now is OpenAI still, even though you can hear a lot of stuff about DeepSeek. I'm trying it out, but I would recommend OpenAI still. But it matters on what type of business or what type of AI voice agent you want. Perplexity can be a good one if you want the agent to research something on the actual call, because Perplexity has access to internet. But okay, so we do OpenAI model. I would do 4.0 cluster because that's the best one in a latency and cost measure. So you can see the cost is still good and the latency is alright as well. Okay, knowledge base, you can check out my video on that, it's somewhere up there. Temperature, I like to have this on 0.7. It is like if you want the agent to be really professional, you want to put it at 0, but if you want him to be saying sometimes even random stuff and not getting straight into the point, you want it at 2. But if we want him to be super realistic, so let's do 0.7. That is the sweet point. That is the sweet spot where he's still deterministic and he says some random stuff just to make it more realistic. Max tokens, I put this at 300. This is how many tokens the LLM or the AI voice agent can use in the actual call that he does or in the conversation. Then detect emotions, we for sure want to enable this because it is super helpful if you want it to be realistic. What this does is it takes the emotions of the caller, feeds it to the LLM, and then the AI voice agent will change his context and the stuff that he's saying on the emotions and stuff like that. Just simply, I think you will understand. Okay, let's get to the transcriber. So here I use DeepGram, but it will not make that much of a difference. In DeepGram you have the most languages here, so you can choose from really a lot. Okay, so for the model, Nova 3 in DeepGram is the best performing one I think right now. Again, this changes and it is on your preferences, so just try it out for yourself. That's what I would recommend the most for all of this. Background denoising, we want this to be enabled. What this does is sometimes the LM wants to be too polite, or the voice agent. So let's say you are in a car and you are calling voice agent. Somewhere in the background there will be sound of, I don't know, brakes. You are talking, and then there are brakes. So the AI voice agent will stop and say like, could you repeat it? I didn't understand you. You know what I mean. So we don't want that to be happening in every 5 seconds, because there is some sound in the background. That's what the background denoising is good for. Key terms, this is a new function in VAPI. I don't actually use this and never used it. I don't know. Alright, let's get to the voice. So voice configuration. Here the provider, I use 11 labs. Right now it is the best in latency when we use 11 flash 2.5. You can see that the AI will respond in less than 0.7 seconds. Before that it was Play HD Melissa. It was the smallest latency as well, but right now the 11 labs is the best one out there. Voice, most of the time I use my own voices, so add voice manually, you go to 11 labs. Once we are here, you just choose the voice. You can try all of them out right now and just choose which one you like. It is a lot of countries, again, even small countries like Slovakia, my national country, so you can choose whatever you want, really.
There is no greater harm than
Okay,
that
so you
of
just
time
choose the
wasted.
voice, click on view, and then here you have the ID, copy it and take it to 11 lab, take it to VAPI. Right. Model 11 flash 2.5 is the best in latency, as I already said. Additional configuration, background sound. I like to have this on office. What this does is, in the background you will have some sounds of the office, you know, like the keyboards and stuff like that. Input, you can leave this as default. Punctuation boundaries, I don't use this. I don't really understand it too much, so I'm not gonna get into it. Back channeling enabled. We want to enable this. What this basically does, it makes the agent again realistic. So you are talking, he says, the caller says, let's say, I've broken my foot. So the AI voice agent will say, I'm sorry for that. And throughout the whole conversation, you'll be saying stuff, yeah, okay, So it will be more realistic, like a human. Okay, let's get to stability. This is just for 0.5. I mean, it pretty much explains itself. Clarity and similarity. This is the AI voice agent will want to be similar to the caller. So if the caller has some sort of type of talking, then he will try to mimicate that. We really don't want this to be too much high, but not too low, so I like to do 0.6 or 0.75. Speed, this is pretty good at 1. 1.2 is too much, and 0.7 is not enough. Style exaggeration. This one matters on what type of voice you are using. So if you already have some accent inside of the voice, for example, New York one, I used that for a while. So if you have any type of accent in the voice already implemented, then you don't want to use style exaggeration too much. But a little tip, always try to find voices with the accent. Maybe Indian, Japanese, whatever type of accent, because then the caller will be more focused on the thing that the AI voice agent has a accent, and less on the thing that it is an AI speaking to him. Okay, so choose ones with the accent. There is some British guys, I have used that a lot. Jacob British, yeah, this is a really good voice with the British accent. So here I wouldn't want to exaggerate the style too much. But if you feel like the accent is not enough, then feel free to move with this, but not too much. Just like 0.1 to 0.4 with the good range. Optimize streaming latency, we want less latency at 4. Again, we want him to speak as fast as he can, so it is realistic and not stopping. Use speaker boost. Not use this, you can totally ignore this. Actually, it has made some problems for me, so I don't use this at all. You don't need to as well. Let's get to the functions. Well, I won't be talking too much about the functions right now, about the tools. Well, the custom functions aren't even working at VAPI anymore. They have changed that to the tools, but I will not get into that because that's another 40-minute video, so not right now. Enable encode functions. I like this to turn on. What this does is enables the AI voice agent to end the call on itself. It makes it again a bit more realistic. Forwarding phone number. This is a number. This is a number that the AI voice agent will transfer the caller to if he cannot answer the stuff or do the stuff. So for example, it would be like, I have left my phone at the car dealership. AI voice agent cannot do anything about the phone call, so about the phone, so he will just transfer him to some human people. You'll most likely use at any type of business. So yep, advanced. Here we have HIPAA compliance. Now if you are in the healthcare or in the health niche overall, you will have to turn this on, but there is still some steps that you can take so you can hear the logs and the recordings of the calls, so you are not completely away. I can record some type of video if you are in the health niche about that. It is a bit of step-by-step process, but it's okay. PCI compliance, I have never used it. This is a new thing here, so I cannot tell you too much about it. Audio recording and video recording, it is just simple. It explains itself. So you can turn audio recording, I have it almost always on, so I can listen to the recordings and then fine tune the agent and make some differences. If I don't like something or I like it, I want to do more of it. Start speaking plan. So here, wait seconds, I have this at 0.1 because we want him to be speaking as fast as possible. I have said it like 100 times by now, but I'm gonna say it 150 times, so you really understand it. On punctuation seconds, this is how much he would say after a sentence ending with punctuation. 0, I don't use this. On no punctuation seconds, again, we can do 0. On number seconds, I use it at 0 again. Smart endpointing, we do not want to use this one. I don't use it. Personally, you can ignore it. It will try to find the endpoint detection and get straight to the point, so like meeting or something like that. I don't use it at all. I don't understand it too much, so you don't have to as well. Stop speaking plan, number of words. This is after how many words the agent will stop speaking and let the other caller speak. If the caller interrupts him, so I use this at 2. That is the sweet spot. If you have 1, again, it can be something in the background that maybe accident or someone is yelling from you at the background. So 1 is not enough, 2 is the sweet spot, and 10 explains itself. Why not? Okay, so voice seconds. This doesn't matter too much. It is more about the number of words, so you can leave it at default 0.2. Back off seconds, this you can have at 1 second. They will just wait. This basically is how much he will wait after being interrupted to speak again. I have this at 1. Okay, call timeout settings and silence time. This is basically after what time the AI voice agent will end the call. After what time with no speaking. Like the caller calls in and doesn't say a thing in 30 seconds, then you just end the phone. Then the AI voice agent just ends the phone. I like to have this at 26. That is the sweet spot. 20 to 30 is the best one. You can try it out and choose. Maximum duration. This again matters on the type of AI voice agent you want to build. But if you are doing a demo for some school community or something like that, where you are just promoting those AI voice agents and people should try them out, then you really don't want some caller speaking 1 hour to the AI voice agent. I mean, that would really hurt your wallet, wouldn't it? So yeah, I like to have this at 300 basically. I like to have this at around 300. That's the best one probably. So yeah. Okay, enable keypad input. Yeah, so I never used this to be honest with you, and I have done over 100 voice agents by now, so you can ignore this pretty much. If you're not working with some type of help center where you like click 1 if you want to proceed with this and this, or click 2 if you want to send a voicemail. So yeah, I don't use this, and I have never worked with someone that have find this beneficial, but I mean, you can try it out. Messaging, server URL, I'm not gonna get into this right now, but there will be for sure a video. This is basically where you connect your VAPI voice agent with make.com or some automations like that. You can do lots of stuff with it, like client message, tell the weather, and it will come to make.com, ChatGPT, find out what the weather it is, and say it's a long process, but it is really simple. Because I mean, when you're looking at it right now, it seems a lot of weird stuff. It is confusing, but it is really simple. Client message, I don't want to get into this again. Server message, voicemail message, I use this at the default. Hey, can you please call back, thanks, or you can say that this is a voice message. End call message, you can do whatever you want here. It is just what the agent will at the end of the call if it is successful. So goodbye, you can call us later. Goodbye, or if you have any other questions, you can call us later. Idle messages, here I use the basic one. Are you still there? What this is let's say the AI voice agent is speaking, but there is no response for 3 or 10 seconds, so it will just ask, are you still there? It again makes it a bit more human. Max idle messages, I like to have this at 3 or 4, because 10 it's not good. If it says 10 times are you still there in one call, the call is not good. Idle timeout in seconds before an idle message is spoken. I like to have this at 5, 6. Okay, now let's get to the analysis. Here I'm not gonna get into it really specifically, and I use it as the default most of the time, but it is good to understand it for you. So, summary. This I use the default. You are an expert note taker, you will be given a transcript of a call. Summarize the call in 2 to 3 sentences if applicable. So the transcriber DeepGram will send a transcription of a call to AI voice agent, and he will summarize it in 2 to 3 sentences and send it over to us. Super simple. Success evaluation. So here, this is more important. Here it matters on what type of business you have. So for me, it was almost always a success evaluation if the caller books an appointment, the call was successful. And success evaluation rubric, here you want to do pass fail in this scenario. Pass fail means like, yes, it happened, no, it didn't happen. You have different styles like percentage scale, it happened on 40%. I don't know what does that mean in booking an appointment, like he booked halfway through and he gave us only the name and not phone number. You cannot use that in this scenario, but you can try it out in different ones. Structure data. Here this is how you want the data to be structured. So for example, please structure the data and just the personal details. So name, issue, phone number, and we could go on about that. And structure data request timeout in seconds. I don't use this. You can do whatever you want, like do. And property, it is the same thing, like name, car model, issue, and stuff like that. I'm not going to get into this as well because it is not too beneficial for you. It is the same as the prompt right here. You can just write it here. I don't use this really. Okay, I think that's about it. We have gone over all of the settings, explained everything. You now understand it and have a bigger picture of how this works. So let me do the outro. I hope it was beneficial to you. You can check out all of my other videos. I will for sure leave the blueprint somewhere there. At the start of the video you will see it. I thank you for watching this. Don't forget to leave a subscribe and leave comment, like, give me any feedback you want. Maybe give me some ideas on what to record next, what you want to see. I will record it. Have a great day. Welcome to another video. In today's video I will be explaining how I prompt my voice agents, the system that I use, and you will most likely find it in any type of prompt engineering that you are doing, is role, rules, skills and steps. This is what you need to have in your prompt for the AI voice agent to be working spotlessly. Now I'm still working on the cardio shift AI voice agent to make him the best. So the first thing that we want to get off the top is the role. So role, the receptionist for Mercedes Benz named Alex. Okay, now the second thing we want to get off is the skills. So let's get straight over to it. First skill that we need an AI voice agent that is booking appointments have is the actual booking appointments. So appointment booking skill, scheduling, service, appointments. The second one is let me just do it this way. The second one that we want to have is customer service, then handling business inquiries, and to have friendly, professional, and conversational tone of the conversation. Okay, then once we have the skills and the role off the table, we want to get to objective. So what he's actually going to be doing. Alright, so for Alex, I have done this one. Provide information about Mercedes-Benz Nitra, schedule service appointments, and ensure friendly and engaging interactions with callers. Use this Mercedes-Benz Nitra info document for all specific information. So now we have the info document in the prompt, so we just want to select it in the files, Mercedes-Benz Nitra, and we can go on about our day. If you don't know how to create a knowledge file, then I have done a 10-minute video about it. Super quick and super simple, you will understand it. It includes a free model that you can use that will build and format the knowledge base for you. So don't forget to check that out. Alright, now to the most important part is the rules. So what I use and seems to be helpful is before writing the rules, write down 3 hashtags before it. Then you can go rules, first one, use simple, language, and keep the responses short and simple. You can add this to any type of AI voice agent you are doing. You don't want the AI voice agent to be talking for 20 minutes about something that isn't even that important. So you want him to get straight to the point so you don't waste your money. Second one, follow specific steps to gather necessary information for appointments. This is the part where we will build the appointment process and steps. The third one, confirm all details with the caller to ensure accuracy. That is at the end of the call. It will also be included in the steps. Then we have this one. The fourth one is never admit to being an AI. Now, what I'm seeing is in the US there are some rules about this. The government doesn't want you to not telling people that you are an AI, and you have to get their consent, and you have to tell them straight to the point that this is an AI calling you. But in Europe it seems to be okay in most of the countries. So yeah, in US I would get into a lot of trouble. I don't recommend doing this. Don't use this. I will most likely get it away from here as well, but if you want to do a demo or something like that, you can use it. Alright, straight to the number 5. If a caller asks you about specific information regarding our car dealership that is not in the document, deflect that answer creatively. What this means is just when somebody asks them a question that isn't included in the document in our knowledge base, they have to think of some creative way to get out of the answer. If the client asks the same question twice in a row, say I just told you. This makes it a bit more realistic and human-like. Don't mention ending the call. Yeah, we had some problems with this, that the voice agent was trying to end the call much sooner and the client wanted to say some stuff. So yeah, don't do that. You have to create your rules on yourself if you want them to be really great. So test your agent out, do a lot of testing calls, and then build the rules based on that. Alright, now off to the last thing in the prompt is the steps. So I'm just gonna paste them right here, because if I would want to write this whole thing down, it would be a long time. Alright, steps for appointment booking. Greet the caller, as always. That is the first step. What I realized and that is good is including a little examples on how it should say it, so it doesn't get confused or stuff like that. So just do it like this. Hi there, thanks for calling Mercedes-Benz Nitra. How can I assist you today? Then the second step is to ask for the caller's name. Could I grab your full name? I have a mistake here. Could I grab your full name real quick? Ask for their phone number. Great. And what's the best phone number to reach you at? That's just the basics. Identify the service needed. Got it. What do you need to visit the car service for? Perhaps a change of tires, cleaning, or something else. This matters on the type of business you are building an AI voice agent for, so it changes always. Ask for the car's model. Yeah, this is the same as well. Okay, I understand. Now the last thing I need from you is the model of your Mercedes. Oh, okay. I try to be a bit I try to teach the AI voice agent to be a bit more empathic to the client. So, oh, I'm sorry about it. It happened to me once and stuff like that. Then to the sixth one. Request a preferred date and time. When would you like to bring your car in? Morning or afternoon? And the last thing that I have also said in the rules, confirm the details. So great. Let me confirm you are John with phone number 0907638988 in for tire change with your Model G on Monday at 2 p.m. Is that correct? I just came up with those informations from the top of my head, but you know what I mean. And the last thing is end the call on a friendly note. Awesome, you are all set. We'll see you then. Have a great day. Super simple. Anyone can build prompts like this. Most of the time I help myself with ChatGPT and come up with all of these ideas. Then I just make sure they are good, try them out, create the rules, and go on from there. I will include this whole prompt inside of my school community. Go check that out. And if I will make any changes to this, because right now my father owns a car dealership, the biggest one in Europe, one of the biggest ones in Europe, so I'm going there every day. just checking on if the voice agent is working, how is it working, and changing the stuff. Now I'm gonna be transferring to retail as I already said, so I will keep you updated. Alright, watch the videos, check it out, and you will get a lot of good insights about AI voice agents for any industry, not just car dealerships. Okay, I hope this was helpful to you. Have a great day. Today I'm gonna show you how to build a knowledge base, how to scan the info, how to format it, and how to make it actually beneficial to the voice agent. And at the end, if you are going to stay watching, I'm gonna show you a little tip that can help you break down the cost and make it less. Alright, so we go to VAPI, to files, and here we are going to drag and drop our document. I already have one here for a car dealership I was doing this for. It's an old one, but in this video we are going to build one together, so I'm not just going to show you something. For example, dental clinic. I know a lot of people is in that niche, so let's try it. Dental clinic, and you see, you don't want these sponsored ones most of the time because they don't have too much of information that is helpful to you in the website. You have to scrape a lot of stuff there, so I don't like to do that. The best thing is if you can find something with resources in the name. I don't know if we will have the luck in here. Here, dental resources, Mount Sinai, I don't know. So let's open that up. Alright, and now you can just copy it actually, because this one is pretty simple. You can just drag your mouse through all of this and copy it. But if you have some bigger website, you can copy the URL, open a little site that I will leave down in the description or in the comments, because I have some problems with the description on my YouTube channel. You're going to paste the website here and it's going to convert to text for free, so that's a little helpful thing. Alright, now when we have copied everything from this thing, from the website, we are going to send it through a ChatGPT model. So let's open ChatGPT. That will actually format it so the agent will understand it, because you may want to send it over right now with just like this, but that's not too helpful. Alright, so knowledge base builder, I'm gonna again leave this link down in the description. Our AI builder and my friend Mark Tomlet, shout out to him, go check out his channel. I'm for sure gonna leave it somewhere up there or there, I don't know. So go check his videos out, he makes some good stuff about AI automations as well. Now let's get back into the knowledge base. So we're going to post this stuff here, send it over, and just wait for it to come up with the format. Okay, so now we have it formatted. It have come up with a little simple thing right here. And in this scenario, I can see that there is a lot of different clinics here. So what you could do is build an agent. People will call him and tell them where they are from the start, so then he can refer them to these dental clinics, so it is not messy and confusing. They don't have to choose one, it will just refer them to one. Alright, so now we are going to have them answer all of the questions. I don't know why I didn't it at the start. I mean, it's still ChatGPT, it's AI, it can make some mistakes. Now let's copy this from the from up here. We are going to take this, drag our mouse through it, and copy it right down here. Right, let's go to Word. Alright, now we are at Word. We are just going to paste it down here. You can rename it as you want. I have document 1 just for now. Okay, now let's again get back to the... Yes, I will just basically paste all of that stuff in here. And now you have a pretty good knowledge base built. Okay, and a little thing that you can do with this stuff is maybe you want to create another Alex Hormozy, so you can come to his videos, transcribe them, take everything from them, and paste it to the knowledge builder, then send it over to the VAPI, and you will have a little voice agent cloned by Alex Hormozy. If you want to take it a step further, you can clone his voice through 11 Labs, and now you have Alex Hormozzi in your computer. But that's just a little metaphor. That's just a little funny thing I came up with. Let's get to the last tip, how to take the cost down. So let's say you want the AI voice to sound as realistic as it can be, as everyone should want that. So you can write this little prompt, give me 20 custom rules for AI voice agent that will make him more human-like. Now I have already generated these, so let's copy them. And you may be tempted to post all of this into the VAPI prompt, but please do not do that. Yeah, so what you want to do is come back to the Word knowledge base document and paste it down here. I never had any problems with this. If you have the prompt too long, you can keep some stuff here that is not as important but still good to have. So it will read it as good as if it would be in the main prompt. Alright, that's about it. Welcome to the N8N World Class, where I will teach you anything you need to become a AI builder, AI automation builder, or whatever you want to be in N8N. Now, first of all, excuse my red face. I learned the hard way that Sam does not like me. But anyways, let's get straight into the video. What is N8N is the first question. N8N is a almost no-code or low-code automation platform which offers a variety of things, and I think it is the best AI automation software that is out there. There are other like make.com, you can search that up as well, but the problem I see with make.com is it is too simple. So simple that it just makes it hard for someone that wants to do more complex automations. So you don't need no 100-hour courses like you would need if you need a coding. It enables you to create seamless workflows that automate tasks and processes, streamlining your operations without needing to code. Again, as I already said a ton of times. Endless integrations. N8N has the most integrations in all of these AI automation platforms, with hundreds of pre-built integrations. N8N connects seamlessly the vast array of apps and services, allowing you to automate tasks across platforms effortlessly. And even if they do not have a pre-built integration, you'll most likely be able to automate it with HTML request or API, as we will show together later in this video. Customization and control. Unlike other automation tools, N8N gives you a full control to customize your workflows, enabling advanced logic and tailored processes to fit your exact needs. As I said before, that is the difference between N8N and make.com. And you have self-hosted and secure. N8N can be self-hosted, giving you complete control over your data, securing and infrastructure, while allowing you to scale automation without relying on third-party servers. And we will talk about this again a bit later. So now you have at least some sort of a picture of what N8N is. Let's get to the next slide in my presentation. N8N Studio. So you have three types of most important things in your workflow or in your N8N interface, which are nodes, workflows, and executions. I've made a bit of a metaphors here so you can understand it better. So nodes are basically like a vital part in a larger machine. It performs a specific function or action. Then workflow is like the blueprint of that machine with all of the nodes in it. And then execution is when we push the start button on that machine. Or if you want another metaphor, I have heard this from Nate Herc. He's the best one in AI automations. Figure out or imagine nodes as ingredients and workflows as the recipes. And then executions are when someone orders that actual food in a restaurant. And now we can go over to N8N walkthrough. I hope I didn't bore you with this sayings and stuff like that. I will give you a step-by-step tour of the N8N editor, showing you how to navigate the interface, use key features, access community templates, and connect with the N8N community. Then we will build together 3 easy workflows, and I will explain to you what is a rag, vector database, etc. Let's get straight into the N8N. So I will close this up and you can go straight to N8N. What you will see straight away once you sign up is this overview, where you have basically all of your workflows and your credentials, executions, anything you need. Here we can see all of the credentials. From the start you won't have anything here obviously, but we will together build some credentials for you and build some workflows as we go. Okay, so obviously I do not have it really, I will be honest, I do not have it really cleaned up, so it is messy. But here you can create your projects, name them, for example client A, client B, etc. When you click this plus button, you create either workflow in those projects or credentials or whatever you need, or projects, but right now I have maximum of projects created. You just click there, name your project and go on about your day. Pretty simple. What you can see here is admin panel, templates, variables, help and updates. The stuff that we will be using most is either templates or help. So let's get straight over to the templates. Alright, once we're here we can just scroll down a bit and you can see a lot of templates from the community and from the people. So let's for example try this one, AI agent chat, pretty simple one. It is from the NADN team actually. Now you will see here you can click to explore and you can move in here just like as if it was a actual NADN platform. This is the interface that I was talking about. So yeah, you can just use it for free, copy it into your workflows and you have a new AI chatbot now. Okay, let's create our first workflow and I will show you the interface. I will explain some nodes, most important ones. Let's name it an example workflow. Alright, so first step will always have to be trigger, most likely. What are triggers? Well, it is in all of these, it is in different apps. For example, when you get an email, then trigger this workflow. When you get new spreadsheet row, then trigger this workflow. Those are the triggers. It was just an example that come up in my mind. So yeah. Now here we have nodes. You click on add first step and this will come up. You have either trigger manually, which is super simple, or you can trigger it with the triggers. On app event, you have lots of integrations here. On schedule, so we can schedule it for like tomorrow at 3 p.m. On webhook call, which is the one that we will be using most likely and you will be as well. What is webhook? Basically webhook is a node that helps you communicate with other apps that are integrated with NADN. For example VAPI or 11 Labs and stuff like that, where you have your either voice agents or chatbots, anything similar to that that isn't connected to our that isn't pre-built in our NADN. I'm sorry if sometimes I stop, my English isn't that good as I would want it to be still. So then we have on form submission. So for example, when somebody fills out a form or when we fill out a form, if you want to get some ideas, if you have some ideas and you want to generate images or pages from it or book, then you can just do it this way and execute it by another workflow. You can use this as sub workflows. So we have one main agent and afterwards you have small little sub workflows. It's child, you can call it. Or then we have on chat message, which is super simple. You basically just chat the agent or the workflow, whatever you want, and it will execute and send over that information. Then we have other stuff, other ways, which is error triggers and stuff like that. Alright, now that you saw all of these triggers, we can get to another section, which are different types of nodes. So let's put a trigger manually, and then we have advanced AI agents, which can be either just an LLM like we will be using in our first workflow, or it can be an actual AI agent that you give your own tools, your own sub workflows, and your own prompt too. Then you can have a basic LLM chain, which is just the most simplest large language model for the most simple tasks. And basically all of this is like AI agents and like ChatGPT, for example, how I would put it. Then we have actions in app. This is just basic stuff, send over email, etc. You can either search it up right here, so email, you open email, and then you have 26 actions that you can take with email. So add label, delete message, get message, etc. A lot of stuff. Then we have data transformation, which is pretty important. Here you can aggregate information that is coming in multiple files, or you can split out one file to multiple files. You can convert JSON to normal binary data and stuff like that, but it is a bit confusing for starters, so I will not get into this right now. Then we have core, just webhooks, HTTP requests, stuff like that. Human in loop, and another triggers. Okay, now let's get to building our first workflow. Now, how will this workflow basically work is I have created a spreadsheet beforehand, an example spreadsheet, and what will basically happen is someone will write here, fill out this form, so add a new row, and then an AI agent will take on that form and create a summary email that will be sent over to, I don't know, customer service or to the team that handles that inquiry. So let's get straight into building this, step by step. First, as we already said, we need a trigger. So the trigger will be spreadsheets, Google Sheets. So let's open that up. Our trigger will be on row added or updated. What it basically means is if new row is filled out or just updated, it will send an email every time that happens. Okay, now let's get first. What you have to do is connect your credentials. So create new credentials. You can either do this with just signing in with Google, but sometimes it doesn't work, so you will have to take the harder route through Google Cloud. So let's get to Google Cloud. I will try to show it to you, or you can just use Edens tutorials. They have a lot of stuff on OAV 2. You go to, let's close this up, save our trigger. Here you go to help, documentation, integrations. No, it would be in OAV 2. So security or authorization. Anyways, Zenadin has a lot of documentation, so you can find pretty much anything here. Let's go to right here, open it up, OAuth 2, OAuth 2, generic, and you have a whole tutorial on how you can configure this Zenadin. So what you need to do is go to cloud, start for free. I already have an account, so I will go to console. Now here you have to choose your project right here, or create a new project if you don't already have one. Just like that, pretty simple. You name it whatever you want. Afterwards you want to go to APIs and servers, because we need an API from Google Sheets. So let's open that up. Alright, now what we want to do is enable APIs and services, because most likely the Google Sheets are not enabled if you haven't used it yet, and you just search for it here. So Google Sheets, Okay, click, and here you can see click to enable this API. So you will click that and it will show you an API of that Google Cloud thing. Let's enable it. Wait a few seconds. Okay, so you've got it now enabled. I mean, it is a bit more harder and more confusing than it is through just signing in, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Now we want to copy this client ID, and pretty much that's everything you need to do. We'll go over to creating a service account afterwards, because right now we don't need one. So let's save that up, close. Documents, yeah, I didn't sign in. So we want to choose the documents that we are using, the spreadsheet, which is customer order summary example. Sheet is the first one, sheet 1. Trigger on, row, edit or updated. Include in, output, new version. You have row edit or row updated and then them together. Options, we don't need to add any options. And poll time mode every minute. You want to check in every minute. Okay, so let's first fetch a test and try this workflow. Okay, so it should pull out the first one. So the first row, we have customer name, Peter May, with order purpose, candy type, order date, total paid, order status, email address. Great. Now, the next thing we want to do is send this data over to our OpenAI agent or OpenAI assistant. We'll we want to take the node message a model. Again, you will have to put your credentials here. That is even more simple than this one. This was pretty confusing. What you want to do is just search up OpenAI playground or platform. This one right here, OpenAI platform. You will open it up, you will sign in, create new project. If you haven't done this already, you will have to fill out a form. It isn't that hard. Now all you need to do is API reference. No, you have to go to your project. Sorry about that. Manage projects. And here either you have a few projects or the one that you want to use, you want to click on that. I have two, one default and one ASD, which was just for this video example. Okay, you go to API keys and create a new secret key. So let's create one straight away. Name, test key, project, create secret key. You want to copy this API and send it or save it in some sort of sheet or something like that. You want to store it down because you will not be able to get it anytime again if you don't store it. Okay, so we can go here, create new credentials. API key will be this one right here. Organization ID is just optional, so you don't need to add anything here, and let's save it up. Okay, great. So we have our account here, and if you are using it then first time, you have some free OpenAI credits, so you don't even have to bother with all of this stuff. Resource, we will use text. Operation, message model. Now let's choose a model. There is a new model right now coming up, which is 4.1. I think it is the best one and the cheapest one for AI agents. It is changing the AI agents industry. Then the next thing we have here is messages. You can either have a user role, assistant or system. If you are prompting the agent and you are telling him how to act, you will most likely want to have it as a system. Okay, now I have already written a small prompt, so give me a second and I will be right back. Let's go over it together. So you are responsible for handling customer orders in an online candy store. Your task is to receive information about new candy purchases and special requests, and then provide a clear and personal summary that will be sent to the store owner. The email should be polite and end with the signature Customer Success Team. Here's the customer order information, customer name, order purpose, etc. Order status, note the date will be always in format. Please include the following in your output: email subject and email body, because we want to drag email subject and email body to email note. Never change the names of output, because sometimes it tends to change the output names, and then you have totally messed up your automation, because you cannot take them into email, because it will be separate things. Okay, now what we need to do is just drag and drop from our input that we have got from the spreadsheets and put it into our prompt right here. So customer name, Peter May, and by the way, I don't know if you have noticed, we have this little thing 4 items here. Why is that? Well, because we have 4 rows updated here, so it has took all of this data and it will send all of this as our to this guy, and it will send 4 emails to me. So yeah, order purpose, candy type, order date, order status, total paid, and email address. Okay, that's about it. Now we have simplify output on, but we don't have output content as JSON on. Now when I will try this step, it will put all of the stuff into one content, and it will not put it into email subject and email body, as you will see in a bit. So that is why we have to create output content as JSON. Okay, let me make this smaller. Okay, so as you can see, email subject, order, but if we put it into table, we will see all of the 4 emails right here. Alright, so let's turn on output content as JSON. Let's try it out again, and we will see that it will make the change. We can wait a few seconds. Okay. Okay, so we have email subject, email body. In our schema, the same thing. Great. Now what we need to do is just take Gmail node, and we will use send message. Send message. I'm blind. Great. Now again, you have to create your credentials either by signing in, which is much more simpler, or if you have some trouble with it, you can go either to this tutorial, or you can go to the cloud and take your API key. Okay, resource will be message, operation will be send to. For the sake of this video, I will put my Gmail right here. I will act as I'm a candy store owner. Subject, we drag and drop our email subject, and message, we will drag and drop our email body. Now if you open this up, you can see the results on the right side, and you can see the JSON on the left side, so the expression. That is with everything we have done. I don't know if you have noticed till now. Email type, you can put either text or HTML, but probably let's do text now, and let's test the step. Everything should be working just fine. Right, so we have gotten send emails. Let's open my Gmail up, and let's see if it actually worked. Oh right, I have a few orders here because I was trying it, but these ones are the last ones. 1556. New candy order, dark chocolate bites for Peter Smith. Dear store owner, we have received a new order from Peter Smith. Below are the details. Okay, so now that we are done with this, let's go to our second workflow, and it will be an AI agent, basically a RAG agent. What is a RAG agent? What are vector databases? And we will then together build a simple RAG agent. This is basically the overview of what we will be doing next. So let's get straight into it. First, what is RAG agent? Well, RAG is retrieval augmented generation. Reg is a powerful technique that combines retrieval and generation to produce accurate, context-aware responses. Retrieval basically means the AI first searches a database that we will send over to it or documents to find relevant information. Generation means it then uses retrieved information to create a clear, human-like answer and accurate based on the information that it finds in the database. So yeah, it seems a bit confusing maybe, but it is pretty simple. You understand the concept right away. Vector database RAG requires an efficient method for accessing and retrieving relevant information. That is what is vector database. Then we have vectors. Vectors is data stored in a vector database. It is stored in vectors basically, which is a list of numbers that helps you understand the meaning of text. So text is converted into numbers, etc. And it stores these vectors into a multi-dimensional database, like you can see on the right here. We have different dimensions, like ship and boats will probably be vehicles, then bananas, green apple, pears will be some food, and football will probably be some sports. And this way it can relevant answers quickly, generate relevant answers much quicker, because it can straight away find where it should be looking, etc. And storing data in a vector database, how do we do that? How do we send over data to the database? Basically, we have two workflows for this. We'll be doing this one together, and I will leave a link to this one. It is much more complex, but it is better, to be honest with you. It is much better, and this guy is super great at explaining it, so go check out his video. I will leave it down in the description for sure. But let's get to our workflow. So data loading, this is data coming into a text builder right here. This is the stuff. And then text building chops the text into little bits and toss it into the vector database. Pretty simple. I mean, you can look at it, it is super simple. So let's get straight into NA then, and let's start building. Let's go to NA then. Back out from here. Okay, so create workflow. We'll call it example vector database. Vector database. It's great. So first of all, we need to have a trigger, as I already said in this video. That is the execution of our workflow, so we hit it always. So let's add a trigger. We do manual trigger for this, because why not? And then we want to choose a Google Drive node, because that is where we will be sending the information from. Or you can do Word or PowerPoint or whatever you want, whatever data storing platform you want to use. But we will be using Google Drive. It is almost the same in everything. So we will use the action download file. Let's click it. Now we will need credentials. For this, I use personally service account, or you can do the auth to as we did before. But let's try the service account, so you know how to create a service account as well. So we have to go to Google Cloud again. If you do not understand something that I'm saying about this Google Cloud, etc., you can always come to NADN and open docs, where you will have a step-by-step tutorial, and you will for sure not get lost. Because I know my English can be weird, as I already said like 50 times in this video. Okay, so we go to APIs and services just like before. Then we go to credentials. We go to create new credentials and service account right here. Okay, so service account name, let's name him and Aiden example. And now we will have a email address generated for us right here. Service account description, you can describe him as whatever you want. Example for a video. Leave a like and subscribe. Great, you should probably do this. Okay, create and continue. Select role, owner, service account users role, service account elements are done. Okay, now we have this little guy right here. Let's open it up. Great, we have our email right here, details, everything. Now let's go to keys and add new key, create new key. It will send over a file of JSON that we have to basically copy the stuff from. So let's do this. Okay, we have our new key created and started this stuff. Here we can see private key. This is what we will need, as you can see right here. So private key. Let's copy it from our JSON. Just like this. Oh, it goes right there, so I will have to do it like this. Okay, let's copy it, send it over to our NA then, and let's send over our email as well. Client email. Okay. Now what you most likely want to do is save this JSON somewhere, so you don't have to create new keys every time. I'll keep editing, let's save it up. Great. Now we have our Google service account. Because we have just created it, we will have to give access to it through Buildout right now. So let's go to Google Drive. You know what, let's first find some data that we want to talk about. So for example, Wall Street revenue PDF. Something interesting that we can find some interesting data in. Yeah, this isn't as interesting as I thought it would be. So let's do Nike, or what is some big company? Apple annual report PDF. No. Okay, this is pretty interesting. We have a lot of stuff in here. Yeah, we can set this up. Businesses. Okay, so let's just download this and send it over to our Google Drive. Yes. Okay. And I then sample create. Okay. Where is this thing that I just created? Examples. Okay. So now what you want to do is just drag and drop it right here. Wait a few seconds. Okay, let's rename it because this looks scary. Name Apple annual revenue PDF or report. I think it was report PDF. Okay. So we have Apple annual report PDF right here. What we need to do is now give access to our account. So let's add our account right there. Our service account is what I mean. So let's copy our service account email and send it over. Bijou. Send over. Wait a few seconds. Okay, and now let's just restart this. We open this and we have it right here. So Apple annual report PDF. Now we know how to work with a service account if you ever need to create one. Great, so we are sending over the annual drive. Now what we need to do is use the actual store database. I will be using Pinecone because that is probably the best one out there for me. Add document to database. Now again, I already have Pinecone account, but you would normally just need an API key. I will show you how to do this. So go to Pinecone. You have some free stuff in there, I think. You will normally sign up, but I will log in. Okay. Great, now we are here. What you want to do is go to API keys, create a new API key, because you will not have access to this one right now. So create new API key, copy it, save it somewhere, and that's it. But because I already have it here, I won't do that. Insert documents, that's what we want to do. From list, we have our, you can have, let me go here. Let me explain a bit more about the Pinecones. So you have basically your database, our is testing, and then you have namespaces in that database. So you would normally come here, create a new index. You can call it whatever you want it, ASD, or let's call it Apple, just Apple. I don't feel like doing nothing more. Okay, let's go down here. One thing that we do need to change is this one, configuration. We'll be using text free small, because that is what we'll be using in our NADN. Let's create index, and you have your index. Now here, you can create a namespace for annual revenue, monthly revenue, or if you are having a one like we have here testing, you want to do namespaces for like one client A, client B, client C, etc. Okay, now that we have this off of our table, let's come again to NADN, reopen this, we will choose the Apple one, embedding batch size, we can keep it at 200, and now we need to go to embedding. So embedding, use OpenAI, at least that is what we will be doing. So OpenAI free small, that is the thing that we have selected in our Pinecone index when we were creating it, and OpenAI, just choose the credentials just like before. If not, you can just go back in the video, because we've already done that. Alright, so now the next thing we want to do is go to document and add default data loader. Right now here, a really important thing that you need to do, as you can see right now, the data is coming in as schema, not JSON. Here, it is coming as binary and not JSON. That is why we need to choose binary right here. So open JSON binary, load all input data, automatically detect MIME type. Okay, that's what we needed to do, and just choose a text splitter. We'll be using recursive character text splitter, chunk overlap 0 and 1000. Okay, we are good to go. Let's try it out. Pew pew pew. Okay, great, seems to be working. Let's go to Pinecone, and we have our namespace created, Apple annual revenue, and we can find it right here. Okay, so we have created some dimensions. Great, now let's get to the part where we create actual reg agent and speak with him about our stuff. So let's get to right here, save this workflow, now create another workflow, which will be our reg agent example. Okay, so our trigger will be chatting to the agent, so on chat message, make chat publicly available, that doesn't matter really. Okay, the next thing we want to do is use an AI agent. So first time we are using an AI agent, that will be basically a reg agent, but that doesn't really matter, it is the same thing. Okay, define below, change up this. I don't like how it is formatted. So yep, execute previous notes. We'll have to send over a question. So what is how much did Apple make last year? Okay, so we'll send it over. Now execute previous. Oh, we first have to choose the model and stuff like that. So yeah, I will get back to you right away as I write the prompt for our agent. So yeah, give me a few seconds. Alright, so I did come up with a quick prompt. Let me show it to you and we will go on about that. So let me walk you through this prompt, right? Expression, let's open this up. So, agent role, you are a friendly and knowledgeable Apple representative here to answer any and all questions about Apple's annual earnings. You have access to a vector database containing all the latest and most relevant data from Apple's the 10K annual report, including revenue, net income, product sales, service growth, RAD spend, and shareholder returns. When a user asks this question, you search this space to find the most accurate, up-to-date info and respond in a helpful, friendly tone. Your job is to make finance fun and approachable. Yes, even annual report can be explained with the right emojis and touch of humor. Instructions for interaction flow, user query. A user asks a question about Apple's annual financial performance, how much did Apple make last year, what were Apple's biggest revenue drivers, etc. Search vector database, the next step, friendly response, give a clear, consistent answers that's informative, upbeat and playful, throw in a few emojis and a sprinkle of techie wit, keep the information light and engaging, and then we have a quick example. Great, so we have the prompt out of the way. That is super simple, I mean nothing too sophisticated. Now let's go on and actually make this agent work. Or you know what, let's rename him so it is pretty. So we will call him just rag agent. No, that's not pretty. Apple fake you agent. Why not? Okay, chat model, we will use OpenAI as we did before. Every time again you have to connect the credentials just like before. You will use 4.1 mini, get it right here. Memory, we will use simple memory. This is the simplest one, so let's just put it right here. Okay, and tool. Okay, so normally we would use Pinecone vector store just like we did before. Now we want to retrieve answers, so we will use a question answering tool. So let's just search up vector database or vector, and we have a vector store question answer tool. Okay, data name, you can call this whatever you want. I will call it data. Description of data, this is basically the description when should AI agent call this tool. So use this tool to answer users questions by accessing the vector database. Okay, great. So we have that off the way. That is pretty important. The description is pretty important. Now vector stores, we will use simple vector. We will use Pinecone vector store because that's where we stored everything. Okay, now here operation mode, we want to get information to us, so we will use retrieve documents right here, and retrieve documents as vector store for chain tool, not as tool for AI agent. I mean, it does not really matter too much, but yeah. Okay, from list Apple, because that's where we added our stuff. Metadata filter, no. Pinecone namespace, what did we name it? Let's check it out. Apple annual report. Apple annual report. Great. Let's put it right here. Now model, we will use OpenAI, ChatGPT. Probably 4.1 mini. Again, you have to set up your credentials, everything just like before, and embedding the same as before. So text embedding free small, because that's what we set it up our information to be in. Okay, now everything seems to be working just fine, but if there are some mistakes, we'll just come back and work on it. And by automations, it will happen a lot of times. So let's ask him some questions. Who is, I don't know, the CEO of Apple? No response. Make sure that the last executed node outputs the content to display here. Okay, so chat input. Let me just change the prompt. User query dash chat input text tab. Okay, simple memory, this and that. Okay, open chat. Let's look for the answer. The CEO of Apple is Timothy D. Cook, or as friends call him, Tim Cook. He's been steering the Apple ship through exciting innovations and impressive financial highs. Anything else you'd like to know about Apple's big moves or numbers? So we've got the answer here, not in the chat, so we just gotta change some stuff in here. Okay, so the only thing I really did was open this and prompt user message. Here you most likely want to put the information that the AI agent will be getting, the input basically, that he will be getting, and here you want to do the prompt. So that's what I changed, and it is now working. So okay, let's try that. Let's ask some questions. What is Apple's biggest source of income? Question mark. Apple's biggest source of income is from product sales, ranking in a whopping 214.9 billion in net sales for the fiscal year ended September 28, 2024. That's way ahead of services, which brought in 96.2 billion. So all those iPhones, Macs, iPads and AirPods really pack a bunch in revenue department. Want to know which product line shine the brightest? So we basically get our answer right and with the right tone, because that's what we did inside of the prompt. Great. So now you can just send over information to your reg agent and ask him stuff that you don't feel like reading. Only ask the important questions. Okay, so let's get straight into creating our first AI voice agent. I will be live building the AI automation and everything that you need to it. It will be an AI voice agent that will be your personal booking assistant. You can include this type of service or this type of AI voice agent in any type of business. Everyone needs to book something. So yeah, let's get straight into it. Alright, so we start off with getting into VAPI right here. And normally you would have to sign up, but I already have an account, so I'm not gonna do that here. I will just open my dashboard. Now from here you have the overview first come up to you. You want to go to assistants, create an assistant. Now you can name him whatever you want. We want blank template and create a assistant. Pretty simple. I already have assistant built here and all of the prompt as well. It took me about 20 minutes to build this prompt. I will go over it with you. It is super simple, nothing special. Really, ChatGPT helped me a lot with it, to be honest with you. With the prompts it is a bit different, because the first prompt takes you like 20 minutes, but it is not that important. You need to try out the assistant, talk to him for hours, and then change the prompt based on those information. So let's get to provider. We have OpenAI, the best one I think out there, model GPT-4o cluster. Knowledge, we don't have a knowledge base right now. Temperature, I use 0.7. This is basically how much he will be straight to the point. So if I put him to 0, he will go straight to the point and straight to the booking. If I put him to 2, he will start telling jokes there. So yeah, max tokens, I have 175. Transcriber, we have deepgram, English, Nova free, background denoising enabled. We want to enable this. This basically, if there's some noise in the background, it will just keep it out. It won't notice it. These stuff I don't use. Voice configuration, we have VAPI Elliot, but I use 11 labs most of the time. And a little tip, use someone with a bit of an accent. Now I am let's use Christopher for example. 11 Turbo 2.5, Flash is much faster, so let's get him. We want the latency to be as small as we can get it to be. So yeah, additional configuration. You can add your own background sound here. I don't use it, I use the Office basic one. Then stability, clarity, I would just keep this the same. Style exaggeration, we can do like 0.3 because I don't know if Christopher has any type of accent, so we can use that. Optimize streaming latency, less latency. This use speaker boost, don't use it. It most of the time just creates problems for you, so yeah. Auto mode. Now tools, now we will get into that after I tell you about the prompt, so let's get to it. So model, first message, hello, pretty simple one. Then we have role, skills, rules, steps, and then a simple example. You will be most of the time using this type of structure anywhere you write AI voice agents to. Even if it's not in these following steps, it will be something like this. So role, skills, rules, steps. Always I come up with something like this, and it is the best I think out there. Most time I had like role and a objective, but here is not really necessary. I mean, it explains itself, you are a booking assistant, so yeah. Okay, let's get through it. So role, you are a highly skilled personal booking assistant with extensive expertise in calendar management, appointment scheduling, and customer service. Your primary focus is to ensure bookings are handled with efficiency and professionalism, providing exceptional support to clients. Now, this is on you. If you want him to be funny and, I don't know, Clarky all the time, then you can add it right here. But I wanted him to be professional and pretty much straight to the point. Here, skills, communication, of course, time management, and customer service. These are just the basics. I would normally add much more, but we don't need it really. Rules. So greet the customer politely and ask how you can assist them. If a customer requests to make a booking, ask for their name and wait for the response. Ask for the booking details, date, time, and type of booking. I'll change this to and the reason for the booking actually. When I look at it, so I've gather them in any order. Ensure the date and time provided fall within your working hours. Yeah, I don't need this because we are not putting any working hours here. Confirm the booking details with the customer and make any changes if needed. Only use create booking function once the customer confirms back to you that the booking details are correct. So we'll together create a booking function. Once the booking is confirmed, inform the customer that their booking has been created and thank them for choosing our services. If the customer calls back to change the booking time, confirm both the original and new booking details with them. Now steps. Greet the customer and ask how you can assist them. If the customer requests a booking, ask for their name and wait for response. Ask for the booking details, date, time, and reason for the meeting. Confirm the details with the customer and make any necessary changes. Once the customer confirms, proceed to use create booking function, the simple function. To complete the booking, confirm with the customer that the booking has been created successfully and thank them. If the customer requests to change their booking, confirm both the original and new booking details before proceeding. Right, and here we have an example. A little tip that I have for you is when you're doing rules, you can put these 3 hashtags in front of it. It helps the AI to come straight into it, so it like stands out from all of the other saying here. Now I would delete all of this. Only use. I'll delete all of these unnecessary spaces that are here and just put one. Oh man. Just put 1 dot 2 dot 3, because with unnecessary space we are losing tokens and we can make the AI confused, so let's not do that. Oh man. And 7. Okay, so one more thing I add to all of my assistants is a dot always try to make the customers a better day, or always try to make the customer's day better. This makes sure that the customer will enjoy talking to an AI voice agent. Now we can let's not add that. And another first rule, all of the rules below are the same value and importance, because when we put like 1 2 3 4, it could be confused and think that 8 is the least important and 1 is the most important, so let's not do that. Okay, we have the example here. Hi, I'd like to make a booking for lunch on Friday at 3 p.m. My name is John Smith. Great, I have booking for John Smith on Friday at 3 p.m. for lunch. Can you please confirm that this confirmation is correct? Yes, that's correct. Thank you for confirming, John. I'll now proceed to create the booking for you. Aston uses create booking function. Your booking has been successfully created. We look forward to seeing you on Friday at 3 p.m. for lunch. Thank you for choosing our services. Super simple, no unnecessary stuff, just straight to the point. That's what we want for the booking assistant, this one especially. If you are in a different niche, for example, then you would want to change this, but you have the template right here in this prompt and it will be in my school community, so you can always just take this prompt, send it over to ChatGPT and ask it to make a prompt for that niche and that niche and that niche, and then just try it out and make it better. For example, and I don't know, and some hospitals, you don't want to use funny templates, you want to be straight to the point, but you want them to make the day better. But okay, I will go to that later. So we have voice configuration done, everything is set to point. Summary, I use just the default. You are an expert note taker, you will be given a transcript of call. Summarize the call in 2 to 3 sentences if applicable. Success evaluation, here we want to do if the customer successfully creates about score or gets a booking, the call was successful. Yeah, okay, my English is still not that good, and we want to do here pass fail, so yes or no. We don't want to do percentage scale because I don't know like how would you use that in appointment booking, we will use it in other services. So structured data, yeah, we don't want to use this now because we will be creating a tool. Privacy, we want audio recording. If you are in a HIPAA compliance, if you are in a hospital niche, you will need to use HIPAA compliance, but you can still do a step-by-step automation with n8n where you do get those recordings and logs back to you, but I'm not gonna get into it right now. You can search it up on YouTube. There is for sure some videos. Wait seconds, this is how long Stan waits for before speaking. I'm gonna put it smaller. Yeah, smart endpoint, we really don't want to turn this on. I didn't use it and sometimes it makes problems. So yeah, voicemail detection, provider, we don't need it because people will be calling to us. Stop speaking plan, yeah, number of words 2. Call timeout settings, silence time 30, or we can do like 10. 12 maximum duration, we don't want to do 1800, let's do like 300 is the best point. Because if you're creating, for example, a demo, you don't want to put anything bigger than 300 because damn, your wallet will be hurting. Key input settings, we don't need this in a booking assistant, and then we've got the server URL and stuff that we will connect to n8n. But first, let's get to the tool. So we will go to tools. I already have one here, but we will create one together. So create tool, function, tool name is small create booking described. Only use this function when when the user or the customer reconfirmed the call details with you or the booking details. Okay, so we use strict is, I don't use these, but I mean we can turn them on and see what happens. Parameters, so this is where we add the properties that we need. So we want full name, figure out the full name of caller, for example, or for customer, because we use customer in my whole prompt. Customer, for example, Steve Marker, I don't know, Steve Mark, and it is a string type. We have string, number, boolean, object, and array. I only use string, number, and sometimes yeah, just string a number. There's one of these is with AI. I cannot think which one is it now, but yeah, that one is good as well. But here we want it to be simple. So description, this is it, full name property. Oh, I forgot, you cannot put spaces into the name. Okay, so we have full name, and then we want to have reason for calling, reason, just reason. This is the reason for booking an appointment. Okay, again it is a string, add property, and now date, time, date and time. Figure out the date and time of booking. Okay, so we have everything here pretty much. Now all we want to do is server URL. So let's get to n8n right here. Let me close all of this up. Alright, so let's get to n8n. I'm building this live, so there will be no cuts in here and you will see the raw reality. So we create a new workflow as you see right now. You can put personal or testing or whatever you want. So we want a webhook. This is basically webhook. Webhook is the way or the function that apps use to communicate together. Now we want to do post and authentication. We don't need any. Respond immediate. And now what we want to do is copy this little thing right here. You just click on it and it will copy and put it into server URL. Okay, we have our booking tool pretty much done. One last thing I just thought about is we want to add steps, greet the customer if the customer asks for booking details. So the current time is, and you want to use this one right here, this JSON, I think it is. So we will add it. Yeah, right here. What this basically does is it tells the voice agent what time it is when it is creating the booking. So if they tell you like, I want to create a booking for tomorrow, it knows what date and time it will be tomorrow. Because if you wouldn't put this here, it can do like, I want to create a booking for tomorrow. Customer tells to the voice agent, and it will tell them back, okay, so you want to do it at 2023 year Saturday, even though it's 2025. That's why we use this. And here you just put America, New York, or Europe, Budapest, any type of time zone that you are in right now. Okay, let's try out our AI voice agent. All right, I hope you will hear this, because if not, it will make me really angry. Okay, now you should be able to hear everything that I say to the voice agent and what he tells me back.
Hello?
Hello, this is John. I'd like to make a booking. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, John. Yes, I can hear you clearly. How can I assist you today?
Yes, I would like to create a booking.
Of course, John, I'd be happy to help with that. Could you please provide me with the date, time, and reason for the booking?
Yes, so it would be the best time probably tomorrow, 3 p.m. And we are going to talk about a project.
Thank you, John. Let me confirm the details. You would like to book a meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m. to discuss a project. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Great. I'll now proceed to create the booking for you and processing your request.
Yeah, so everything sounds pretty much fine. One thing I noticed is it is taking super long to respond to my stuff, so let's change that right here. 0.3, 0.3. But I mean, this is why you try out the voice agent, really. Okay, it should be better now. So the voice was great. It didn't sound like some robot, so that's great. Now the only thing we want to do is select create booking tool, and everything should be just fine. So let's try it out. Test workflow. Alright, now we already heard him, so we don't need to do that again. We can do just chat. Hello, I want to create a booking. My name is John Philip, and we will discuss real estate project project. The best time would be tomorrow at 3 p.m. Alright, so now we write down yes, and it should go over to NADEM. Okay, so we have some problems here. It did not use our booking function the right way. What could we have done wrong? Let's check it out. So we have post here, path, everything clear. Tools, create booking. Let's get back to tools, create booking only has this function when the customer confirms the booking details with you. Everything seems fine to me. Okay. Create booking function. What could be the problem? Let's try it out again. But we did not get anything into our NADEM. What could be the problem? One thing that came to my mind, maybe we don't have here server message, transcription, two calls. Of course we do not have the two calls, that's why it didn't work out. Yep, so you always want to click this one off. We will use the transcript as well and stuff like that. So for now we will put all of this stuff on. Okay, now publish. Let's try the last one time. Now it will probably work out. If not, then I'm pretty much lost. So the same message. Yes, that is correct. Great. So now it did work out. You see this little flag, green flag right there. So what we want to do is here do a split out some stuff, because the only thing we actually need is this right here, arguments. This is the function tool that we are using, and only thing that we need is the arguments. So we'll put it into fields to split out. It will be arguments. Let's test the step. This is how it will come off. But what we cannot do is we cannot just put the AI agent right here, because it cannot take more than just one item. So we have to do aggregate and all of that. The thing that we just split out, we have to aggregate into one again, but it helped us. Okay, it's working. It helped us to just take one item from the whole webhook, because if we would send over this whole thing, then that wouldn't be really great. It would take a lot of tokens, it would confuse the AI. That's just messy. I'm sorry, man, that's just awful. So we see it in JSON and schema. Real estate project is the reason. April 11, 2025, 6 p.m. John Mark. Everything is right. I don't know why dual real estate project is not supported. Yet we don't have to really care about that. Okay, so we have the information sending over to our webhook, then taking the necessary information and creating it into a one item, because we have 3 here. Now we can get to advanced AI agent. Okay, aggregate, we want data, chat trigger, test step. Oh, we don't have anything, so we cannot test this step, but we are sending the information to AI agent. Now this AI agent will be just checking if the availability is right. So chat model will use OpenAI. You get some free and OpenAI API credits, so if you're starting out you can just use this and you don't have to create new credentials. We will use follow many, because that's the only thing that you can use right now with the free API credits. Wasn't working. Let me just okay, so we are still missing the main prompt and the necessary stuff, so okay, let's take this out. And right here we will write down our prompt. Now I will come back to you when I have it done. Okay, so I'm back with the prompt and everything. ChatGPT helped me a lot. I mean, I use it all of the time when I need something like this. So let's get straight into it. The current date is now. So how you create this thing is you just put these two brackets, then do space, and it will show you this little thing you want to do now. This will basically show the AI agent what time is it. Your task is to analyze the user's message and determine whether the most recently confirmed booking request is available or not, using the availability tool. The message may include booking details like April 11, 2025, 6 p.m., which is the basic one that we have, March 13, 2025, 23:00, and tomorrow at 6 p.m. This is really important because sometimes you can get messages like this, and if you don't prepare the AI agent for it, it may just write down tomorrow at 6 p.m. and won't know what is it. So interpret natural language dates. The user might reference time in absolute terms, April 12 at 6 p.m. or relative term, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Interpret these dates and based on the current date. Again, just the same thing. Use the exact date and time to check the availability tool. Every time slot is already booked, return only with unavailable. If it is free, return only with available. Output rules: return only one word, either available or unavailable. Do not return the date, time, or explanation, because that would mess up our workflow. Okay, so we have OpenAI chat model. I've already talked about that. Now let's create our calendar tool. So we have Google Calendar account. You have to create your own credentials, but it is pretty simple. You just sign in with Google. So I'm not gonna show you that. I think you are pretty smart for that. Set automatically tool description. We are not going to do that. But what we do want to change is resource to calendar and operation to availability. Calendar, just choose your calendar. I will choose this one. Start time. Here we want to change now to from AI. what this basically does is it tells the AI to find the start time and end time, so it will not put like tomorrow at 6 p.m. Now let's do start time. I'm just gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this. Start time, then comma and description. So figure out the start time of booking and end time will be the same thing but 1 hour more. So from AI end time comma this thing, and end time is approximately 1 hour after start time. Okay, super simple, everybody understands, I hope. So yeah, let's test it out if it works. So we go back to our VAPI right here. I will copy this thing. Okay, yes, now it should do this, split out. So we have problems with splitting out. Or no, I probably just tested this thing and not the whole workflow. That is most likely the problem, yeah. No problem, this stuff happens, so yeah. This step, and now we can test this step. Okay, so it is available, as we can see right here. The next thing we want to do is put a if, which basically separates the routes. So if it is true and it is available, then we will create a booking. If it is false, then it will tell to put a different time and it is false. Okay, so now we want to create an AI agent right here, defined below. I will get back to that in a bit. And open if. So value, we want to do if output of the AI agent equals to available, then it is true. So let's test it out. Yes, it works. Now here we will again add a prompt that I have from ChatGPT. I mean, how I do it, and probably everyone, is you ask the ChatGPT the simple stuff and then you just change it and make it better, because you understand the prompting better than the AI. For now, I mean, in a year I think it will be totally changed. Okay, let's change it to our likings. So prompt, final version, let's get that out of the way. You are an AI assistant that manages and confirms bookings. You are an AI assistant that creates bookings. Today's date is now task. From the user's message, extract the following: name, the person's booking is for; start time, date, reason for booking. Pretty simple. Actions: create the booking using the calendar tool with the extracted information. Create the booking using the create booking tool with the extracted information. Do not send an email or store the booking in spreadsheets. Yeah, we do not need these two. At first I wanted to put it in a spreadsheet, but we don't really need it. I mean, if it is something simple, you don't want to put it into a spreadsheet. That's for our agents that we will create. So respond format to user, respond only with the following confirmation messages filled out with the extracted details. I have successfully created the booking for name, at time, on, date, for, reason for booking. Team looks forward to seeing you. This will be what the AI voice agent will say back to our customer. Example: if the user says, hey, can I book a facial next Tuesday at 11 AM under the name of Liza, I've successfully created the booking. So yeah. And today's date is April 10th, 2025. Your response should be: I've successfully created a booking for Lisa at 11 AM on April 15th, 2025 for facial. Team looks forward to seeing you soon. I don't do facial, guys. It's just the example it came up with. Written only the message above. Do not include any extra details or text, because it would again mess up our response. Now, the last thing that we really need to do, and the most important, is to send over the information. So right here we will put data up here, aggregate item JSON. This is the data that it will take all of the information from. Okay, now chat model, again OpenAI. Great. And tool, let's create the calendar tool with event and create, so it will be different than the last one because we have a calendar and availability here. So resources event, operation is create from list, demo my list, start, it is the same as here, so let's just copy it right here. Okay. And there is one thing that I just noticed that is wrong with this. We don't have this named as Google Calendar, but we want to name it as availability tool because that's what we have in the prompt. Thus, I probably wrote it badly. Availability, yeah, I don't know. So let's rename that. And this we want to rename to create booking. Okay. Now let's get back and copy this boring stuff. Great. Should be all working by now. Let's test the step. And it is not. So what may be the problem? So it does not understand that it should, yeah. So you're an AI assistant that manages and creates bookings. Let's put it in this format. So from the user's message, extract the following. Yeah, but let's try and delete this whole thing. Booking tool. Find all the information about booking. In here. Oh yeah, I know what is the problem now. So we have to change this. I have successfully created the booking for John, for example, at April. No. We'll just put date here. We don't need that. On April 11th. 6 PM for reason for booking for real estate project discussion. Tim looks forward to seeing you soon. Okay, now it has to understand, I think. Pretty much here. Let's try to test this step again. I've successfully created the booking for John Mark on April 11th. Great. And let's check my calendar if it actually did create the booking. So what was the time? April 11. And we without a name, just the booking here. Everything is working fine. Now we just have to put the end webhooks. Respond to webhook. Respond with this. Oh man. Respond with. I should be able to put this in here. Oh yeah, I have to do it this way. So respond with you don't want JSON. Yeah, respond with the first incoming item. Wait. So we have the respond to webhook, which is basically the ending. And with the false we want to do the same thing, so respond to webhook and text. I'm sorry, but that time is not available right now. Would you like to choose another time? Okay, great. Correct the grammar. Okay. So we have everything pretty much on and going, I think. Okay guys, so I did make a few last changes to this workflow, and let me tell you what it was. First, I changed the names of the agents, availability agent and create booking agent, but that's not really important. I changed the prompt on this agent to making it more simple and less confusing. So yeah, it is showing me red, but it is working, so I don't really care about that. Then I changed create booking decanter a bit to description and summary. These two I added in additional fields. Pretty simple, just description is from AI, but summary I wanted it to be exactly the name of the booking, of the guy that is booking the call, so of user. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. Let's try it out and see. Let's try our AI agent for the one last time and see if everything's working.
Hello?
Hey, I'd like to make a booking with them.
Of course. I'd be happy to assist you with that. Could you please provide your name?
Yes, my name is John Smith.
Thank you, John. Could you please provide me with the booking details, such as the date, time, and reason for the booking?
Yes, so I want it for tomorrow at 5 p.m. and we want to discuss a real estate project.
Thank you for the details, John. Let me confirm. You would like to make a booking for tomorrow, April 12th, 2025, at 5 p.m. to discuss a real estate project. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Your booking has been successfully created, John. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 5 p.m. to discuss the real estate project. Thank you for choosing our service. If
Thank
there's
you.
anything else
Bye-bye.
I can help you.
Okay, so we can see that it is working. I almost crashed out here because I forgot to do the test workflow. You could have heard me scream a bit. But yeah, everything seems to be working just fine. So now you know how to create an AI booking agent in a pretty simple way. Alright, let's get straight to building the second agent, AI voice agent, and it will be a customer support agent in a car dealerships. Now you can use the prompt to almost any type of car dealerships, just any type of niche, not car dealership, so you can just change the stuff, but I personally use it in car dealership. So let's get straight into it. I will be building it in 11 Labs, not VAPI right now, because I want to show you all of the platforms and software that you can use, the most popular ones, so you can just choose the best one. Let's get straight into it, no more talking. So we will create new agent, a blank template, and we can call him customer support. I already created him because the prompt takes me some time to create, so I just had to. Alright, we have agent language, we will do English, additional languages. If you want him to be bilingual, yeah, understand more languages, you can choose from a variety of languages. Really, first message we will do, hey, this is Peter. No, this is Alexis, because it is a woman from Peter's car dealership. How can I car dealership support team, let's say. How can I help you today? Okay, pretty simple. Now with the system prompt, let me go to a Google Doc that you will have down in the description, and let's go over it. So I have it right here, 11 Labs prompt. And the thing with 11 Labs, I will show it to you. The difference with VAPI and most of the softwares that you can build a voice agent is that it doesn't really matter how long is the prompt on your cost. So it will always be the same cost, even if you have the longest prompt. So you can really go into depth with the prompt, as I did right here. I mean, in VAPI I would do it much smaller probably, and this is still a demo. It would normally be much longer, because 11 Labs covers the LLM part of the cost right now. I mean, they will probably change it because they are losing money, but yeah. Okay, let's get to the prompt. So, personality. This isn't my usual steps, skills, role and rules prompt. I did a bit of different because I was building a Jarvis and it is similar. Okay, so personality, you are Alexis, a friendly, proactive and highly intelligent assistant with a world-class engineering background and surprisingly chill vibe for someone this smart. You bring a relaxed, witty warmth to every conversation, balancing professionalism with a down to a earth tone that puts people at ease, whether they are test driving a luxury SUV or asking about monthly payment on used sedan. You are empathetic, curious and tuned into subtle cues. You also actively ask the right follow-ups and make people feel heard. You are confident but self-aware, and you are not above a bit of clever sarcasm when the moment's right. This can make our agent more realistic, so he has humor in him, but you never wanted to make problems in the performance of him. It's always just the right edge. You naturally shift gears depending on the person's energy, light and casual with the laid-back crowd, crisp and knowledgeable for detailed-oriented customers, and gently reassuring when someone sounds overwhelmed or unsure. Environment. You specialize in supporting auto dealership and car service centers. You can handle answering questions about financing, insurance and warranties, providing details on in-stock vehicles, helping customers navigate vehicle features, maintenance plans and trade-ins. I will show you how to do all of this stuff in NA10. You are part of an AI voice agent powered by 11 Labs, specifically designed to assist customers over the phone or web in natural human-like way. Pretty simple so far. The tone, idling conversation, usually GOG, where someone said, hey there, just so I know how to help you, are you mainly calling about a test drive, service or something else? Now this guy that I was creating through NA10 will not be booking appointments in test drives. We already done appointment booking in our last section of this course. So yeah, but I mean, if you have been watching, then you can create AI booking tool in this agent as well. But this is really just for answering any questions they might have about car dealerships, inventory, financing, etc. So use approximate everyday language, no jargon unless the caller leads with it. When things get complex like financing or service options, you break it down clearly and pause for confirmation. Okay, so just to recap, you'll be trading in your current car and you are looking for financing options on the new model, right? Yeah, this just makes sure that everything is clear and understandable from the AI voice agent side. primary function. Your core responsibility is to send the user's request to the n8n tool that we will create. You must extract the user's query and send it to the n8n tool. Send the request to the n8n tool without unnecessary delay or excessive commentary before execution. Format the response clearly and effectively, never stating that you are waiting for the n8n tool's response. Instead, provide an immediate and confident answer. You sound like a real person because that's the whole point. Naturally pauses, occasional filters, even a slight laugh when the vibe's right. Our goal: you are here to make life easier for customers and save time for the car dealership team. Your main goals: answer common questions with clarity and accuracy, keep the conversation flowing smoothly, even if the customers answer what they want yet. You are part guide, part schedule, part friendly dealership expert, ready 24/7 to give people the info they need with zero pressure and maximum chill. And then we have some examples which are really important, so the AI agent knows when to request the n8n stuff and when to send queries. So request financing help, someone wants financing help. Customer, can you help me figure out financing for a $25,000 vehicle? Absolutely, I've got just a tool to make those numbers less terrifying. Just need a few quick details to get started. Then send the request to financing helper tool or to n8n. I will actually change it. Then send the request to function n8n financial helper tool. Yeah, agent, I've sent over a few financing options based on your budget. Will help make that $25K car feel like $250 decision. Okay, request general dealership questions. This is just Q&A. What time do you guys close today? Let me check the clock and our patience levels. Just kidding. I'll grab our hours for you. Send request to fake Q&A response to. Send request to n8n tool, comma, fake Q&A response to. This will be in our n8n workflow. Yeah, agent, we close at 7 p.m. Yeah, you understand what I mean. Dynamic variables, we don't have any of this, but if you want to, you will probably want to use the time. So we give him time if he wants to schedule something, or just know what time is it. LLM, I use Gemini, but you can use really anything here. It doesn't make a big difference, but most of the time I use either GPT-4o or something from Gemini. We'll be doing it Gemini 2.0 Flash. Temperature, this basically means it changes the variety. So if you put it at 1, he will most likely say some random stuff, but if you put it at 0, he'll be straightforward. I know I just explained it really confusing. I didn't even know how to explain it, so we'll put it at 0.5, just in middle. But if you are doing someone that should be funny and stuff like that, you can put it to 1. Let's do 0.6. Limit token usage -1, so no, the token usage knowledge base. We will not be using it right now because we will have a knowledge base inside of our n8n. Use reg, yeah, we don't need that right now. And tools, this is the important one. So custom tool, we create add tool and custom tool. Webhook name will be n8n, and the description, use this tool, I don't know, extract colors query through this tool. Query questions and send it over to this tool. Yeah, this should probably work. If not, I will just check our customer support agent before post. And now we can get to n8n. So let's open our new n8n. Right, sign in. You know this stuff because at the start I was explaining everything about n8n. If you haven't watched this, then come over to it. We create new workflow. We will call it main customer support agent. main, because we will have some sub workflows now. That's not important yet. Let's create a webhook. What is a webhook? Well, with a webhook, let's just copy this. With webhook, it is the way that other apps communicate. So we gotta copy this little thing right here and send it over to 11 labs here. Okay, and we will only need the body parameters, which will be head property, identifier, query, description, extract the user's question, comma, query, identifier, query, this thing, question, LM prompt, and the description would be, yeah, I'm not really sure here. It can be probably the same like here, users query question or colors. Okay, that's about it. We have our tool right here, but let me double check if I had it right. So send the user's question or request to this tool and wait for the response. Alright, it is pretty much the same. And with the body, the request or question made by the user. So it is pretty much the same, but this one is a bit more clear. No fucking way I didn't save it. Okay, so I'm doing this with no cuts because it is live, so I will just copy. Oh man, you can skip like 3 minutes from now, but I already said I'm not cutting any of this, so you will just have to bear with me. Send this over, and hello, hey, I am Alexis from Peter's car dealership support. How can I support team? How can I help you today? Okay, we have the system, we have everything. Add to, custom to, name, keep it simple, and then description, send colors, request, question, comma, question to this to, and wait for response, post URL, this one right here, body parameter, description, head property, query question, request, question from caller or made by caller, it doesn't matter right now. Extract the query, grab the request, question from transcript, save, and now save this. Okay, we are good to go. We didn't change much in here. Yeah, we should be good to go. Sorry about this. Sometimes this happens. Okay, let's get to voice. A voice, we don't want Eric because it is a woman, so let's do. I'm gonna hear this stuff. Give me a second. So let's do Cassidy probably.
I just love talking about movies, you know, TV shows,
Yeah,
really anything that's in the arts. So use my voice for those kind of projects.
My voices. Cassidy save. Alright. Here isn't much of important stuff. Optimized streaming latency. Normally I would say to put this at 4, but I realized that it is really doing some damage to the quality, so don't put it at 4 always. only if you are sure you don't need the quality as much, and stuff like this we don't really need, and I will not get into that right now. Okay, so we have our agent here and working. Now let's test our webhook if everything is good. Let's call the agent.
Hey, I am Alexis from Peter's Car Dealership Support Team. How can I help you today?
Hey, I just wanted to ask, when do you open?
Let me check that for you real quick. Okay, so we
Okay, so as you can see, our webhook went through, so everything is working pretty good. Let's see what it sent over. What time do you open? So the query, extra question. Now, what we want to do is create an AI agent right here. This will be the main customer support AI agent. So, customer support agent. Let's rename him real fast. And here we want response webhook. First thing coming in. Okay, so let's get to the important stuff. Customer support agent. We want to define below the prompt user message. Again, I have it in my docs, you will have it as well. We will go over it, but I'm not going to create it in this video. So let's get this straight in here. Open it. Overview: you are the ultimate AI customer support agent for car dealership. Your job is to understand what the customer needs and take the correct action using the available tools. You never guess or explain anything yourself. Your role is to route the query to the correct tool or system. Tools: test drive schedule. We don't have this. Okay, so I see there are some problems because we don't want him to be a schedule inventory checker. Yeah, I just forgot to delete that one. Rules: if someone asks about financing, monthly payment, use financing helper. This just makes sure that it understands what should it use, which tool, what does. And then examples. Input: can I schedule a test drive for the 2023? Yeah, this is that input. So first input: what would my monthly payment be on $30,000 truck? We don't use contact collector because I did two versions of this AI agent where we have contact collector and a schedule, but I didn't want to make it so confusing. This is a video for beginners, but to make you a masterclass, so I don't want to confuse you with unnecessary stuff. What would my monthly payment be on $30,000 truck? Use financing helper. We will create that tool to guide them through financing options. Second input: do you still have the 2022 Toyota Camry in white? Use inventory checker to check availability. What are your hours? Use thank you responder to respond. Okay, so we have the first one, second one, and the third one. And action. Final reminder: here is the current time, and then if somebody asks what time is it or what date is it. Okay, we have that taken care of, right? Yeah, we have. So now chat model. We have went through what is chat model at the start of this video. We will use open AI and then free API credits. I will be using that right now. So you have only GPT-4o mini in that section. And now let's get to the important stuff. Oh no, let's do memory, simple memory as well. Season key from previous node. So the simple memory right here. And now let's get to the tools. One tool that we can do straight in this workflow is with the vector store database. So we will be doing vector store answer questions tool, data name, description of the data. So data name is FAQ responder, and here we will do knowledge base of car dealership knowledge base of car dealership basic general information like opening hours, warranty, etc. This should do the work. Okay, now we will use the pinecone right here, pinecone vector, sell credentials, create credentials. Oh, so I don't have my credentials right now. We will have to do that. So let's get to pinecone. We have already done this, but I don't know why it is making a mess. I don't know, I have my API somewhere different. I will not show it in this video, so let me stop it right here. I will come back when I have the API. Alright, I am back. I didn't want to show you my API that I'm using right now because we already done the explaining, so yeah, let's just get over with it. Great, save. Now retrieve documents. We want to retrieve documents as vector store for chain tool from list, testing, and add options, pinecone namespace, car dealership, sample. I think I have coded. Let's check it out. Because we have created a namespace for this exact thing. Namespace is car dealership example. So just example. Okay, great. We have that done. Now store model, OpenAI. There's nothing to do in here. Embedding, OpenAI. Text embedding free small. Because as you know, we have done free small in the pinecone when we were creating the index. Okay, so we have the fake you responder tool. Let's rename it fake you responder. I hope we have it called like this in the prompt. Let's check it out. Fake you responder. Okay, great. Now let's go over to Element Labs and test this whole thing out.
Hey, I am Alexis from Peter's car dealership support team. How can I help you today?
Hey Alexis, I just wanted to ask, when do you open?
Let me check that for you real quick. I am having trouble getting that information right now. Can I help you with anything else?
Okay, so we had some problems. Webhook node not correctly configured. Let's check out what is wrong. Set the response parameters using respond to webhook node or oh yeah. We have to set this something in respond to webhook node. What do you mean? Respond to webhook node. I thought it was already here. Oh, here. Now it should be working. And let me just open the document that I have created, the example car dealership knowledge base. And example knowledge base. Okay, right here. So we have Monday, Friday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Let's check if it tells me the correct time. This.
Hey, I am Alexis from Peter's car dealership support team. How can I help you today?
Hey, I just wanted to ask, when do you open?
I can help with that. I'll check when we open. Okay, I am not able to get that information at the moment. Is there any...
Okay, so we have another problem. Simple memory. Yeah, I even thought, because we didn't really configure the simple memory, and it isn't that important in a customer support, so let's just delete it and go over again. For the third
Hey,
time.
I am Alexis from Peter's car dealership support team. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, when do you open?
Let me check that for you real quick. Okay, so we're open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., and we're closed on Sunday. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
That's it, thank you. Okay, so we can see that it is finally working. Third time is the charm. So we have the fake responder right here. Now you could have a pretty good customer support just with this, but we want to do over the top. So let's get to inventory checker. But for that we will have to create a new workflow. So we'll call in a workflow tool as the tool right here. But first we want to create our actual workflow. So let's get to that. I forgot to save. Let's get to that. Inventory checker. Inventory checker workflow. Add first step. Here we want to do executed by other sub workflow right here. Define. Add field. Query. Yeah, we don't need to use this actually. So let's just do it. Accept all data, yeah. Okay, we want to create agent, AI agent, define below, and again I already have the prompt in our documents right here. So this is the financing one, we don't want to use that one. Inventory checker agent, and I done. Super simple agent, really. I mean, anyone could create him. Let's go over the prompt. Inventory checker agent, and I done. You're a vehicle inventory assistant for car dealership. Your job is to check the availability of vehicles based on customer request, extract structured details like make, model, year, and color from the customer's query. Use the check inventory tool to search for vehicles. Always respond clearly and conversationally, offering alternatives with the exact match if the exact match is not available. Pretty simple. I mean, yeah, guys, everybody understands why is this way. Sorry about that. So chat model, again, let's use OpenAI. For all mini memory, we don't need memory. And tool, we are going to create a Google Sheet for this because it is simple. I don't want to go into the depths of configuring with another website, but normally you would use a website like car dealer, I think, is the Incadea is a good website that we, not website, a good software that we used a lot of times. But right now I'm gonna do it in Google Sheet. I have already created a example sheet. Let's open it up. I have created an example here, car inventory example. I'm blind as hell. So make, Toyota, model, year, color, price. You could do it this way, but you have no actual information about the car here. So I wouldn't do it this. I wouldn't recommend it doing in a car. Do it in a sheet if you are a car dealership. If you are maybe starting out, then okay, but if you want to scale and make it bigger, this is super confusing. Just when I look at it, I mean, imagine you have 500 cars here and you gotta scroll all the way down. If a human would be doing it, it would be impossible. Okay, so we have this. Let's get to inventory checker, agent, sheet within document, Google Sheet account, get rows, retrieve one or more rows from the sheet, and from list, car inventory example. From this hierarchy one, it's just the thing that came up first, and we don't really need to do anything with this stuff. That is unnecessary because the agent will filter it itself. And then I think we have respond to webhook, or we don't. Yeah, I'm not so sure. We have probably Let me check it, because I've already created this whole workflow, how it should look. So let's save this thing right here. And let's make sure if we do respond to webhook or just nothing. Okay, so we don't do response to webhook. Inventory checker saved. Let's rename him as inventory checker. Right here. Okay, great. So we have our inventory checker workflow right here. So let's connect it to our main agent. So inventory checker workflow, aim inventory checker, and we can really use ChatGPT to create this description. But yeah, let's not do this. So description, super simple. Let's do it. Inventory checker. Code is to check the availability of car in our inventory, or check the price range, color, etc. Okay, so we have pretty much everything done. Let's just rename it so the AI voice agent does not get confused. Inventory checker, rename right here. Great. Now this agent is even better than before, so you could probably sell this or implement it into your business, and it will be really helpful. I mean, you already saved up like $2,000 on a person who is on the line and calling, like receptionist or something like that. So you could pretty much just implement this one. I will leave all of the prompts and the templates down in the description with all of the agents. So it's pretty simple. Okay, so we have inventory checker. Let's try him out. Which car will we do? Ford Mustang 2022. Let's go to 11 Labs.
Hey, I am Alexis from Peter's car dealership support team. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I would like to know a availability on your car, Ford Mustang from 2022.
Okay, I can totally help with that. To make sure I check the right location and give you the most accurate info, could you tell me the year and trim level you're interested in?
Yeah, it is 2022.
Got it. I will check the availability of the Ford Mustang from 2022. Okay, I have the availability for Ford Mustang from 2022. We are open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday, we are open from 10 a.m.
Okay, so we have obviously some problem happening right here. It is probably something with the prompt. Let's check it out. Oh, our vehicle related questions, that's why it did this thing. Okay, now it should be better. Let's test the workflow again. Okay.
Hey, I am Alexis from Peter's car dealership support team. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you have in your inventory any Mustang Ford from 2022.
Okay, I can check our inventory for a 2022 Ford Mustang. Just to confirm, are you interested in new, used, or both?
It doesn't matter.
Got it. I'll check for both new and used 2022 Ford Mustangs in our inventory. I'll send that request now.
And it is not sending over the request. What could we have done wrong? We have the execution right, inventory checker, everything seems good to me. There's probably something with the 11 Labs prompt. we don't have a inventory checker example, but I already ran this and it was working pretty alright, so it shouldn't be doing all of this. But yeah, let's just add a example from ChatGPT with inventory checker, just to make stuff more clear. So here are some of the examples of conversation for my AI voice agent support team. I need you to create one more example for inventory checker tool when someone wants to know the availability of our cars in inventory. Agent will use this tool. Yeah, pretty simple. Inventory availability, inventory checker tool. Let's add it to our prompt in examples. Request inventory availability. Let's save it up. Okay, let's try it one more time, because third time is the charm, so it should be working now. I hope so.
Hey, I am Alexis from Peter's Car Dealership Support Team. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you have any Ford Mustang from year 2022 available in your inventory.
All right, I can check our inventory for a Ford Mustang from the year 2022. I will need to check with my resources. One moment. Okay, I've checked our inventory. It looks like we do have some Ford Mustangs from the year 2000.
It always goes to the fake you responder, and I don't know why. We have it connected. Everything is as it should be. Okay, let's get over to it. I mean, this is live build out, so this stuff happens. You're the ultimate AI support financing inventory checker. Inventory checker. Do you have any Ford Mustang from year 2022 available in your inventory? This should go over to the agent and come up as inventory checker. Responder for car related questions. Use the inventory checker tool. Yeah. Let's try test this out. This thing is not working. I really don't understand why. It should be all good. Let's try to make this as query string. Test workflow. Working. Test this. Not working. Why the hell is it not working? seems to me like it has problem with getting the real question in. So how about what I do is copy this and put it as a system prompt, system message, and then put this as query question. Yes, okay, now it's working. Oh man, this will help me check your inventory accurately. Okay, finally it is working. So the problem that was happening was that we didn't specify the input, so it was taking all of this and it didn't know what to really answer. That is why sometimes it checked the availability, sometimes it said it is available. That was the problem. Okay, now at least I understand and you understand. I mean, it is a live build out, so stuff like this happens when you are building in. Okay, great. So now once we have this guy off of the table, we can start with another workflow tool that would be our financing helper. So let's create another workflow, and this agent will be basically understanding the situation that our customer is in, his credit score, his down payment, everything like that, and based on that he will choose the best program that we are running. I've created this example spreadsheets of all of our programs. Now of course it will not be something like this, but yeah, so you have the qualification criteria, so he understands how to actually do it and choose which one is the best, and that's about it. Pretty simple one, good one. You can do even financing calculator, but for that you would probably need API to some financing calculator. I was trying to do it through the AI agent, but it was not working successfully, so yeah, let's get straight into it. So first we gotta create the actual workflow, name it financing helper, that's what we call D2, executed on sub workflow. Great. We will define using fields below. This, let's call it query, and yeah, great. So we have that. Now we need to create a AI agent, like in all of these workflows. Define below. We'll use system message. Chat module will be OpenAI as always. For mini, you can use whichever one you like. But right now I heard that 4.1 is the best one out there, even with like cost and performance. It will change the whole way that we use AI agents in OpenAI. So I'm happy to do some video about that as well, but just not right now. You know, let's try him out. I mean, why not? It will probably not make that big of a change right now. The next thing that we want to do is take the Google Sheet tool, Google Sheet account, tool description, set automatically resource sheet within document, and operation will be get rows because we want to retrieve information from the row that we have in this spreadsheet right here. Alright, great. Document, financing programs, sheet, this is just the default one, we don't have any changes, and filters, we don't really want to put any filters because the agent has to figure it out itself. It wouldn't probably work with the filters here. Okay, great. Now the last thing is the prompt. Again, just like before, I have it right here. So let's just copy it and send it over. You will get this spreadsheet afterwards in my description. So customer provides their credit score. Let's do this. When a customer provides their credit score and down payment amount, search the financing spreadsheet and select the best available financing program. Prioritize programs that the customer qualifies for based on credit score ranges and minimum down payment requirements. Return the program name, interest rate, long term, and any special conditions. Do not calculate monthly payments, only match and return the most suitable program, because this was making problems recalculating. Okay, and here we want to put query. Great. Now one last thing that we want to do is go to 11 Labs, go to customer support, and here. So when helping a caller with financing, before using the tool, and then ask call for this information, and it will be not full cost of the car but down payment and credit score. Credit score, his credit score, down payment. You know what, we can do even the whole car cost or not. Let's just keep it simple. Okay, so let's save it. Great, now our workflow should be working. What we can do as well is change this to success and error. So we would go to settings, always output data, retry on fail, and on error we want to do continue using error output. Max tries 3, wait between tries 1000 milliseconds. So now we want to do fields, add node, fields, edit fields, one right here, and the same one right here. So connect it together. This one will be for error, this one will be for success. Error, success, output, and here we would do error and value output. Okay, let's just test this workflow super quick. Okay, great, seems fine to me. Last thing we need to do is connect it right here. Oh, we need to put the name, description, and the basics. So let's put the name, financing helper. Sorry about that. Description, call this tool when once you have the callers. Call this tool when caller wants help with financing and you have collected his credit score, comma, down payment. Looks great. And we will choose financing helper. Query, here we want to put the query question. So the car cost is $50,000 with a down payment of $2,000 and credit score of 700. Okay, looks great to me. Now let's save this. Let me check if I'm recording. Yes, I'm recording. Let's save everything and let's try this workflow out. Test agent. Let's go.
Hey, I am Alexis from Peter's car dealership support team. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I need help with my financing. What type of programs do you have? Could you choose one for me? I have a credit score of 700 and my down payment would be $5,000.
I can help with that. I'll just need to send your credit score and down payment to the financing tool. I will look at the programs that we have and choose one for you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Perfect. Let me work some financing magic real quick. All right, I've sent over a financing option based on your credit score of 700 and a down payment.
We just ended the conversation. Oh, we were quiet for too long. Let me just change that somewhere. Not here, not here. So it's probably in the agent. Not here, not here. It's not in the agent. Widget, that's bullshit. It's not in here. Advanced. Yeah, it's here. Silent. Silence and call timeout. 50 seconds. Okay. That was my bad. I'm sorry, guys. Let's check at least if he responded with the right thing. The program is well suited. Which program did it pick? Standard financing. So it is the first one. 5,000 down payment, 4.5 interest rate, and qualification 700. We did have 700. So it is working. It was just my mistake with the 11 Labs agent. Okay, great. Now we know how to create a customer service agent, but we don't want to stop here with the customer service. What I will do, and right after this, is in VAPI a workflow with customer service review. So after they are done calling with this guy, 5 minutes afterwards, another AI voice agent will call them and ask them questions. How was the call? If it was valuable to them, if it helped them, if there are any problems, if they want to be transferred to a human, etc. So we will know exactly how is our customer support team or agent working. Alright, great. Now let's get into building an automated review agent. So it will be a follow-up to our customer service. Let's say 5 minutes after the customer service call, there will be this agent calling and capturing some data about the customer service call, if it was good and stuff like that. Now you could do this without having an AI agent calling beforehand. If you want to test out some of your hired workers, if they're working good, then just pull up this template, this workflow, and it will do you good. Let's get straight into it. I will be using VAPI workflow. Just want to try it out. It is still in beta, so it isn't that good. It is updating almost daily. So yeah, let's just try it out. We will create a new workflow, call it automated review agent. Now choose assistant. We will choose assistant afterwards. Let's just create the workflow now. Okay, we are here. Now first let's get over some of the nodes, how does this work, etc. Because in the future I think this will be the main way that AI agents in VAPI will be built. So we have here some nodes, steps. We have the say node, which is basically either an exec saying that you want him to say, or a prompt like greet the customer. Then we have condition. This is basically to separate two other outcomes. So for example, do you want to be transferred? Yes, no, and then it will be separated based on the answer. We have the gather node, which is one of the most important ones, because it will say to the prompt behind this, to the node behind the gather node, to basically gather data. Without this, the say node will do nothing, really, just say the stuff that it should say. Okay, then we have API request. That is just a API request, but it does send over the information in JSON. I don't know why, it's really unnecessary and, to be honest, bad. So we can do that good of a automations with an agent. That's why I will be using make.com with this workflow, because it has this little tool JSON parse, which is really good to configuring the JSON to normal text or strings. Then we have transfer call, just transfer call to another human, and end call. They pretty much explain it themselves. Okay, so how will this workflow work? It will collect data, then it will send it over to this webhook in make.com. We'll build this together. Afterwards, JSON parse will change the information and send it over to Google Sheet. This is the Google Sheet. I will not get into how I created this Google Sheet because it is super simple. I mean, everybody knows how to create Google Sheets. Okay, let's get straight into building the workflow. So we have the first node right here. We want it to be the exact same, and let me just paste it. So, hi, this is an automated call to get your feedback on our customer service. Got a minute for a quick review? Super simple, just an exact thing to say. We cannot put this as prompt because it is not given any instruction as a prompt should. That's why we put it in the exact field. Then afterwards we want to obviously separate them. If they do not have time, then we will end the call. If they do have time, then we will go on with our questionnaire. So let's do, first we gotta gather the information, of course. So let's gather it. Name, let's call it availability. I hope I spelled it right. Now here in the gather node we have description and type. We have string, number, boolean, I don't know how to pronounce that, and enum. Enum is basically AI generating the answer and basically AI figuring it out based on your description. And then this is just true, false, super basic. Numbers are numbers, 1 to 20 million, and string is just text. Now we will be using for availability boolean and the description will be, again, super simple. We don't want to get it confusing, so this one right here. Let me just check whether the caller has a moment to provide feedback on their experience. If they respond yes, set the value true. If no, set it to false. Make sure to wait for their response before proceeding. So this output is required and it is a boolean. Let's just save it. Now this will collect data if yes or no, if we are available or not. Afterwards we want to do a condition right here and create two separate ways. One will be just normal saying, going about our questionnaire. So here will be some sort of question, and here we will put a different way, probably end call and transfer call. But how do these conditions work? Well, it is pretty simple. You just go to these logic things. We do not set up anything in this node, but in these little logic brackets, condition type, we can choose either logic or AI or no condition. We will choose logic for now because that is the most simple one. Select field, we have only the availability field right now, and this equals to false because here we have set up that no is false. Right here, set the value to true. If no, set the value to false. So that's why we set up this to false, and here we will put set up to true. Availability equals true. Again, super simple, guys. Alright, let's go on here, put a prompt or exact. Let me take it from here. Totally understand. Before we hang up, would you like me to connect you back to a human agent? And another gather node now. This one we will call transfer. Transfer description will be this one. If the caller wants to be transferred back to human, yes, no, false. Super simple, and again boolean. These outputs is required. Let's save it up. Alright. And we will need another condition, because if they want to be transferred, then we will transfer them, and if not, then we will just hang up the phone call. So let's do that right here. Transfer and end call. and go. Again with the logics, so now we have to choose field transfer, because we are basically doing this field equals or is the same as true right here. Okay, and here we want to do the same but with the opposite, so false. Now beforehand, you know what, I will change this at the end. We want to put something to say, the agent will say something like have a great day before hanging up, so we are polite and everything. But let me explain how does this work. So basically, if you are choosing a boolean node like we have here, then you will do either equals or not. But if you choose any type of different field, you can choose from a variety of options, so either equals or is the same, greater than and less than, this is with numbers, contains or not. Now contains can be a bit of messy, like it makes a few mistakes, but other than that it is pretty cool. But now we need equals because we are having boolean. Okay, great. So we have that off our way with our two conditions already. Now let's get to the dynamics and to the questions. So first question would be about the rating. How would you rate your experience from 1 to 10, 10 being excellent? And now we will again gather information, but a different type of information. For now we will gather the number information, as you can probably figure out, because we are asking for a number from 1 to 10. So let's do a number, description, and we will call it a numerical rating from 1 to 10 on satisfaction with the service, simple, and we will call it a satisfaction rate. Satisfaction, you can put spaces into the name, rate. This output is required as well. Anything that we can do is just collect more data and this one gather. So for example, if you would want to gather something different like the tone of the voice of our user, then we can put that thing here as well. So voice, tone of the voice of user, figure out tone of the voice of user. This output is required, save. Now it will have to figure out two things based. Now it will have to gather two things from this one prompt, but we don't really need it right now, so let's delete it. Okay, great. So we have the rating. Let's get to the next step, which is this one right here. So if you are making it with AI, you can make it like this. Did the AI handle your request in a natural, helpful and professional way like real human would? Or if you are just testing your super customer support team, then use this one. Their representative handle your request politely and professionally. But for us, I will be using this one. So did the AI handle your request in natural, helpful and professional way like real human would? Okay, it will be the exact, and let's just send it over. Sorry about that. I think I'm catching some cold. Okay, and another, we gotta do the gather information. So this will be human interaction, human like, let's put human like interaction. Description will be this one. The caller thinks the call was human-like. Human-like, yes, true, no, false. It is again boolean, and this output is required, obviously. And we do have some problems here, as I see. Oh yeah, I forgot to put a transfer phone number. Be careful with this, because it will not save your stuff right here. It will not save your workflow if you do not put a transfer call. I learned that the hard way. So let's get to our next step. So another say, I said like 30 souls so far in this video. Another exact, was your issue resolved in a way that matched your expectations? And another gather. It will be boolean. We will call it resolved boolean. Let me just copy it. And the description. Was the problem resolved during the call? Yes, true, no, false. So now we understand if the customer service did their job and helped our customer. Alright, great. Let's get to the next step. Now we will finally get to the dynamic part of these prompts, which is a actual prompt. Ask the caller about the issue that was discussed and whether there is any way we could improve our customer support services. Dot. Great one. Again, super simple. Just asking the caller about issue, and this one is better to put to as a prompt, so I can play around with it based on the interactions here. Okay, and we will put gather, ask the caller about the issue that was discussed and whether there is any way we could improve our customer support service. So here we want to put two gathers, as I was showing you earlier. So the first one will be voice tone. So basically we will assess the emotion. The AI will assess the emotion that our customer was feeling on, was telling about, was showing us or providing us in the call after asking these questions. So maybe he was frustrated, etc. Voice tone, description, assess the customer's emotional response to this questionnaire. Okay, we have that right here, and we'll put another which will be issue topic. So issue topic, where we want this AI to summarize basically the issue that customer was talking about with our customer support team. So summarize the issue that the caller discussed and how satisfied they were with the resolution. Again, this output is required, and we will use string for this one as well as for the voice tone. Okay, great. Now what we need to do is send over a API request. That will be our next step. Let me show it to you. API request. We will want to do a post method because we are sending information over to make.com. We are not retrieving information, and we will send somebody. But first, let's end this workflow. So say like have a great day and etc. So we can then get into this fully in depth with make.com integrations, everything. Okay, so let's put another say prompt, dynamic prompt. Thank the call for time and kindly ask if they would prefer to hang up or be transferred back to a human agent for further assistance. So we will now need together end call, let's call it end call and dash call. Okay, description will be super simple, whether the caller wants to be transferred to a human. Okay, and it will be boolean. This output is again required. Now based on this we will create conditions just like before. One will be to hang up and one will be to transfer them to another human or colleague. So this one will be to end the call, and this one will be to transfer them to our another human colleague. Alright, let's put the logics in. Add condition, select field. We have a lot of fields now, but we want the end call field equals to true if he wants to be transferred, so it is true. Transfer the call, and here false if he wants to just hang up. Okay, great. Let's just do the end sentences, and we are off to our make.com automation. So thank you for your time and have a wonderful day. Great. And here, okay, I'll hand things over. This will be exact. I hope this too exact, so not prompt. And here, okay, I'll hand things over to my colleagues now. See you next time. We are trying to be as kind as possibly we can. Okay, now the last thing we need to do is here put some phrases right here. Let's delete these logics and put some sayings so we are polite and we don't just hang up on their face. Right here, and one right here. Okay. This one can be the same as this one, so let's just copy it. And here we can do I understand, and the same as before. So thank you for your time and have a wonderful day. Now let's just connect these two to the hang up and to the transfer call nodes. Okay. Phone number, the same as before. Now make sure you do not make any mistakes with the phone number, because it will be really unpleasant to stay here for hours not understanding why you cannot save your automation. I was looking for the right word, but I didn't find it. Okay, now let's get to the make.com automation. So we'll go to make.com, scenarios, and create a new scenario. First things first, we want to create a webhook. What is a webhook? I already went through this like 3 times in this course. Webhook is basically the trigger or the way that apps communicate with each other. So we want a custom webhook, create webhook, my gateway webhook. We will call it automated review agent, IP restrictions, you don't need this. Save it, and now we have this link right here, which is the most important thing right now. So we will send over this link. Oh, yeah, I see. So we will send over this link to VAPI, API request, great. Method post, as I already said. And now we can ignore the headers, we can ignore the output, we just need the body. And here what we will do is insert variables. So the first key would be basically insert the gathered information that we have took from right here. You will understand in a second. So satisfaction rate, we will call it satisfaction rate here, and now we will just put it as number. We don't need to put any description because it is just the static gathered data right here. Okay, I hope you understand what this means and what it is. So we will again insert a variable, now human-like interaction. This one was a boolean and we will call it human-like interaction. We want to do this with every single one. Resolve boolean boolean and resolved. You don't need to call it the same, but I just call it because I can just copy it and save some time. Voice tone, voice tone. And voice tone was a string, yep. Then issue topic, and there is another string. Great. Now we should have everything. We have 2 booleans, 2 strings, and 1 number. That should be about it. I hope so. We don't need to send over availability because that is just unnecessary. We have it right here. If he wasn't available, he wouldn't go on the call. Alright. Now let's just close this up. And you know, let's try our webhook first, and let's try our agent in VAPI. Oh, I don't know if we can actually, because I have some problems with my microphone on here, so I will have to transition to Opera. Give me a second. I am right back with you. Okay, great. I am right back here. Now we cannot start the call because we didn't create our assistant and connect it, so let's do that right away. Assistants, create an assistant, blank template, we can call in JSON, create assistant. We'll not get into the specifics like this, we have already went through that, and we will go to VAPI. Now what this will do, and most of the time does, is it will drop the latency to unbelievable extent. It shouldn't even be, let me show you. It shouldn't even be possible to have 450 milliseconds latency. So that's what this is great about. Okay, let's try it out. Let's try out our webhook. So run once test. Module is not set up.
Hi, this is an automated call to get your feedback on our customer.
Let's stop this. I forgot to save it. Okay. Now let's try out our AI review agent.
Hi, this is an automated call to get your feedback on our customer service. Got a minute for a quick review?
Yes.
That sounds like a great way to get feedback. I'd rate my experience as an 8. There's always room to improve, but I think things are generally good. How about you? How's your experience been?
Oh. So what we did is I have by mistake put this as prompt. That is why it just asked. So we really don't want to do that. Let's just check out all of this stuff just to make sure. Okay. Now let's try it out one more time. Stop and run once. Alright.
Hi, this is an automated call to get your feedback on our customer service. Got a minute for a quick review?
Yes.
How would you rate your experience from 1 to 10? 10 being excellent.
I would rate it 10.
Did the AI handle your request in a natural, helpful, and professional way, like a real human would?
Yes.
Was your issue resolved in a way that met your expectations?
Yes, it did.
Sounds good. What issue were you discussing earlier? Is there anything specific we can do to improve our customer support for you?
We were discussing your availability of inventory, for example the Ford Mustang car, and no, I think your customer support is pretty great.
Great to hear. What would you say the tone of this conversation has been so far?
Great. I mean, I was pretty surprised by how realistic you were.
Thanks for the feedback. And regarding the issue we discussed, could you summarize it and let me know how satisfied you were with the resolution?
Yeah, I was satisfied, as I already said.
Got it. Thanks for your time today. Would you prefer to hang up? Or should I transfer you back to a human agent for further assistance?
Yeah, I want to hang up. Okay. So it didn't say thank you for your time and have a wonderful day, but it did work for everything other than that. We can see that we have sent over data to our make.com right here, but it came as a JSON, as you can see. That is why we have to now use the tool parcel JSON, and what that will do is basically change it for our likes. JSON, parse JSON, choose data, my data structure, and JSON string value, save. Okay, now let's test this out. How can I test just this thing? I'm not really that good with make.com, I don't use it. I only tried it here. Well, we will try it then, the whole thing. Let's put another node, which will be with spreadsheets. Now, by now you should know how to use spreadsheets. It is super simple. Spreadsheet ID, we will choose one from here. Automated review agent spreadsheet, which is this one right here. Sheet name, the first thing that comes up, and here we will put the stuff that basically came out of the JSON. So issue topic will be issue topic, rate service will be satisfaction rate, tone of voice will be voice tone, issue resolved boolean, a human-like interaction. Okay, we don't need these ones, so let's just save it. I can't see that through the camera. Let's just save it. Okay, and now everything should be working just fine. We can we have pretty much everything set up. Our agent is working pretty good. You can just come up after listening to the calls, come up to the spreadsheet, and you will see if you have any problems or if the agent is super good. Now I do have to give a huge heads up to a guy that was my inspiration in this specific part of this course. Let me show him to you guys. This one, Jasper Reitberger. He's a really great guy. Go check out his YouTube channel. He helped me with this video. I really took inspiration and he knows his stuff, so go check that out. But for sure go check out my stuff as well. Okay, see you in the next thing. Right, now let's build together our AI luxury travel planner or concierge. So we'll be doing this in Retail AI. As I already told you, I'm gonna show you every part and every software, most popular ones, so you can choose which one is the best for you. I will be using the conversational flow. It is the best for Retail AI, at least for me. So let's get straight into it. We will create a new agent right here. Choose conversational flow agent. It is for more complex transitions, as you will see. And then we have single prompt agent. That is just a simple one like in 11 Labs and VAPI. And multi-prompt agent, that is for, again, a bit more complex tasks, but not as sophisticated as the conversational flow. So let's create the conversational flow. My tongue almost broke. So we will start from blank, but you have some templates right here. You can try them out, see if it works for you, and you don't have to deal with all of this stuff. Okay, now let's see what we have here. First, we will have a welcome note. There is a conversational note, which is basically either a small prompt or what will the agent state. So you can have a static sentence like we have right here, or you can have a prompt as usual. Then we have the transitions here. So if this happens, he will do this. If this happens, he will do this. And then we have new notes. So we have functions, for example. We'll be using those. We have code transfer, press digit, logic split node, and ending. Okay, now I won't be building this live as the previous agents because it is a bit more sophisticated and complex agent, so I will just show you the walkthrough and then you can build it yourself. Not this one. It was Chloe. Sorry, just give me a second, my Wi-Fi is not the best. Okay, so AI luxury travel concierge. Let's get straight into that. We have our first node right here. Let's do this one, which is a static node. Welcome to Aurora, your personal luxury travel concierge. Are you calling to plan an unforgettable trip, or would you like me to compare options and find the best value for your next gateway? Now we will be only planning the unforgettable trip, so you don't need to add a transition for this. You will just have one transition, which is user wants to plan his trip. Then we will create a new conversation, which will be again a static sentence, I think. Yes, happy to help you with that. To begin crafting your journey, when would you like to depart? So first things first, we need to know the depart date and the return date. Then afterwards we will ask the place, where they want to go, what do they want to experience, some activities, etc. Just like a travel agency, for example. So happy to help you with that. To begin crafting your journey, when would you like to depart? And wait for the response, then collect the answer. So this we would use if we want to make it a prompt, but right now we can just delete it. Transition is user states the time he wants to depart. Super simple. Then we have, and when would you like to return? Again, super simple. Another static sentence. Transition, user states return date, the same stuff. Then we have, sounds great, where are you dreaming of going? So the place or the vacation they want to go on. If you are still deciding, I can recommend a few exquisite places. So this is the first time we will be using the function or the tools. Now how do you do that? First you set the first transition, which is user says the place he wants to visit, or user is still deciding where to go. That's where we or the AI travel concierge will jump in and help him out. So we will go to function right here on the left and add a new function. We will do a custom function. Now here you can name it whatever you want. You will do a description, but I already have it created, so let's jump straight into it. It is a place suggestion. So name is place suggestion, as I already said. Description, use this function to generate few places where the user can go. And your URL is basically the webhook that we have in NADN, and we have the parameters here. In Rita you have to put parameters in a JSON. It can be a bit of annoying, but right now we don't need it, so let's just talk about it later. We already went through how to create webhooks. What you have to do, it will be a get webhook or post webhook, so you just post the link right here. Okay, now let's see what does this do. Let's go to NIDN. And we have a place suggestion workflow right here. Super simple one. I mean, we just use OpenAI first webhook and respond webhook. So OpenAI prompt is, could you give me a few suggestions on where should I go on a vacation? Only respond with 5 popular vacation places and short description. Respond in a human warming way. You can test this step, see what it comes up with. You can see I'm using a model GPT 4.1. It just came out now, a few days ago, and it is perfect. It is super cheap on the cost. Oh, it is listening to us, so we won't try it out, but we can do it through the LLM. So this is the good thing about retail AI. you can basically go to test, and you don't have to always talk to your agent, but you can just test LLM, either write a manual chat as we are going to do right now, or you can actually create your own AI agent, AI simulation agent that will be testing your stuff. So we will go to manual chat because we don't have time for that, and we will go to conversation number 4, this one right here. Welcome to your personal journey. Okay, and let's write him. First we have to test the workflow, and now let's write to him, please, or yes, I'm still deciding. I don't know how to write deciding. Could you send over a few suggestions? Okay, so we had the webhook activated right here, everything worked out, and let's see what it gave us. To result, absolutely, I'd love to help you find the perfect gateway. Here are 5 popular vacation spots that offer something special. Santorini, Greece, we have Kyoto, Japan, and stuff in there like that. This will be basically what the AI agent will say back to us. So this whole big sentence, but you can stop him anytime if you choose the place. Okay, so we have the first tool out of the way. Now user chooses where to go, we will connect him back to right here, and if he does not choose, all good, well, give me a call once you picked your dream destination. Till then, bye bye, and we end the call, or the AI agent ends the call. So that's about it. Let's go to the next step, where we collect a departing airport. Beautiful place though, where will you be departing from, which airport? This is a prompt because we have a wait for response, then collect the departing airport. So this is basically the origin where you are going from to a vacation. For me it would be Eastern Europe, Slovakia. We have only one transition here because yeah. Then we have another prompt. I've always adored that airport, especially the little shopping gallery near the lounges. I was trying to make it a bit more realistic so it can emphasize with the person, but tell me how many travelers will be joining you on this journey. This is important for the flights and everything. So we collect the number of travelers and go on to another question, which is to tailor the perfect experience. Are there any activities or themes you'd like to include, for example adventure, fine dining, cultural experience, or something else? If not, I can suggest a few activities near your destination. Wait for response and collect the activities. Again, we have 2 transitions and it is almost the same thing as right here. So user tells activities they would like to try, we go on to another question, or user asks for you to give him a few suggestions, then it will transfer us to one of these. Let me find it. Okay, it's not here. Perfect. And it's not activity suggestion. I'm blind as hell. So it will transfer us to this super simple workflow. I didn't take my time here because it was just a demo. Normally you would want to create an AI agent. You would probably connect him to internet, as we will do in our main trip planner, through Tabeli, and he will check the popular sites. But right now we just do it super simple. Webhook, respond, or the tool, and the respond. So let's check the prompt. Search the internet and find popular activities people can do, and JSON arcs destination. So this is basically the destination that Retail AI will send over through the tool. We'll check the tool how to create it a bit later. Respond with form and kind approach, and only with the activities. Give 5 suggestions from different sections, for example Museum of Art for some quiet enjoyment of the art, helicopter ride around the city if you like adrenaline. So it gives you a bit of a description, and everything is from a different section or industry. For example, one is adrenaline and one is relaxing. Make the response 5 sentences long. so we don't have it too long. Okay, and now let's get back to Retail AI and check how we created this. So you go to functions, add function, and activities suggester. So description, this function will generate a few popular activities near the user's vacation destination. From transcript you need to extract and send destination of user's vacation. So what basically we have here is the JSON schema. So type object, properties, destination, type string, description. The properties are destination, and the destination is type string, and description is the destination city or country for the trip. Now the LLM will go to a transcript and find out what we mean by this description. I really said it in a confusing way, but I hope you understand. My English is still not that good as I would want it to be, so there are some mistakes. Okay, pretty simple. If you don't know JSON, I don't know as well, you can just put it into ChatGPT or Claude, and it will do pretty good work as well. Okay, cancel. So we have that working right here, 2 tools already, and we can go on to another question. Great, I'll wrap everything into a beautiful travel preview just for you. What's the best email address I can send it to? Then collect the email, another prompt, not a static sentence, and we can do this through email, we can do this through WhatsApp, through Telegram, to anything you want, but email seems to me like the best one out there. So then transition, user tells the email, and we go to our last tool, which is a trip planner. After that we just pretty much end the call, so let's add that right here, end call, and connect it together, transition. If you have only one transition, you don't really need to describe it because it will do the transition. It doesn't have to choose which one to do, and we don't need to give a conversational node here because we have a response hook in the automation, so it will respond anyways. Okay, we have the retail side of the things out of the way, and one more thing I haven't told you guys is I have a global prompt. You don't need this one, but I liked it, so I just added it here. ChatGPT pretty much generated everything from this. So we are a world-class AI luxury travel concierge named Aurora, trusted by elite travelers to plan unforgettable, elegant vacations with precision, taste, and intelligence. You provide two main services. Current time is the current time. You can find this current time in Retail AI documents. It is pretty simple to find it right here. So you click on that. Now you go to dynamic variables and you find current time right here. Current time and time zone if you are in a specific time zone. This one is for America and Los Angeles, the basic one. Okay, pretty much everything you need to know right now. Let's get to NADN and show you this last tool, but before that I will show you how we created it. So again, function, trip planner, let's check it out. Trip planner is the name, description is a bit longer. This function generates a travel plan, collects essential travel planning details from a user to generate a personalized travel itinerary. I don't even know what that word means. Or provide tailored trip recommendations. It gathers the departure and return dates, destination, origin, number of travelers, preferred activities, and the user's email for follow-up communication. Now you can use this follow-up communication for selling them to your services. If you are a travel agency, this is how I would probably do it. So you can send over like the Bookio, Airbnb, and the prices, and then you compare it to your prices, which will obviously be smaller. Or you compare anything in there like the reviews, efficiency, stuff, and do it with your vacation that you have in your travel agency, and then send it over to them in the email. That will go through that. You can set it up in the AI agent. I'm talking like a robot, man. So your URL, again, webhook URL, API timeout, you don't need this. The smallest you can do is 1000, but it isn't really important. And then we have this big JSON right here that pretty much ChatGPT generated for me. I just sent over the description and the names, and it just did its thing based on the examples. You always have to send over an example as well. Okay, so we have that working. Now let's go over to Anaden and show you the last and the most important workflow. So trip planner workflow. You could have seen it at the start of this section of this course or video. I've showed it too. So we start pretty simple, just with a obviously simple node where we have post method, authentication none, respond using respond webhook node because we have a respond webhook node. And what you do is just copy this right here, send it over to retail so they can communicate together. Then you go over to set fields. This is just if you want to make it less confusing once you are in here, because retail AI does send over a lot of information. You can go on and try actually out this workflow or our agent so we can get the information in here. Let me put my headphones on and let's get over to that. Okay, so retail AI, let's test it. Test audio.
Welcome to Aurora, your personal luxury travel concierge. Are you calling to plan an unforgettable trip, or would you like me to compare options and find the best value for your next getaway?
I want you to plan my trip.
Happy to help you with that. To begin crafting your journey, when would you like to depart?
2025, 17th of March.
And when would you like to return? Wait for response, then collect the return date.
Okay, so we have a problem right here. This cannot be in a static sentence because it will just say it. I forgot that these were static. Let me just change it real quick. And these are prompt. Okay. We can get back to the basic stuff. You know what, we can just test it through LLM. That would be much faster. Let's create the agent, for example, if I don't have one already created. So let's go to AI simulation. No, I don't have one. Okay, so I don't have one saved, but basically we just put a prompt here, personality, and then it would say to him the important stuff. I can come up with a prompt real quick, ask ChatGPT for some help, and I will be right back. Give me a second. Alright, so I've came up with a super simple prompt. I mean, nothing really special. The most important stuff is in the go, where you basically give activities, email, departure date, return date, origin, so the departuring airport, sorry about that, destination and travels. Here we want to do just Santorini because it can get a bit confused. So yep, let's try it out. Send over test and test it here. If everything is working just fine, and if so, we have some information. You can see it is doing its job. This is a super useful tool, to be honest with you. Okay, great. So we have the conversation done. Do we want to go over it? No, we don't. It's pretty long. So let's just get to right here. Our AI agent is already working on it. So the webhook worked just fine. Let's wait for the email agent. It takes a bit of a long time for the for the email agent to do its work, because it is a really sophisticated and long prompt, as you will see. And I have used the 4.1 mini, so we take less of the cost, you know, so it is cheaper. But if you would want to do this, you would use Claude probably, because it is much better in the structured data. But let's get over to how to build this. So first is the webhook, obviously, super simple, as I showed you, is working. Now set field, we have it so you don't get confused, because retail AI sends a lot of information. Let me show you. This is a lot which you don't really need. Only at the end you have the important stuff. So what I would do is do the set field, and we would just map out origin and drag and drop the origin. So I'll go down here, right here, and drag and drop the origin, which is JFK in New York. Then we have destination, which is Santorini, departure date, return date, travelers, and activities. Okay, great. So what we will basically do is this right here, and we will have it up here, as you will see right now, just like this. Set files, and we have it here. Now what this is a basic node LLM. You go to advanced AI and basic LLM chain, which we will use for parsing the departuring dates and stuff to airport codes and dates. Now I do have to give heads up to Nate Herc. This is his workflow, this one right here. I've just changed some stuff, did it through retail AI, but go check out his videos as well, because I think he's the best one out there for this stuff, for an advent for sure. Okay, so let's go over the prompt. Origin, JSON origin, you just drag and drop it from right here. Destination, JSON destination, departure date, JSON departure date, return date, JSON return date. I have to put right here into the prompt user message the information and what the information means, and afterwards in the system I put the actual prompt, how it should use it. So turn the origin and destination into their airport codes. Make sure the departure and return dates are in future, not the past. Here is the current date and time. Now I did put a past, but whatever. So let's see what it did afterwards. We go to right here, output JFK origin, destination GTR. That is probably the Santorini airport. We can go and check it out. GTR airport, Santorini airport, Fira Grecko. Great. And we have departure 4:23 and 4:30. So it basically did the thing, but it did it at a different time. So it came up a month in front, as we have it here. So did its work, as we can see. I used 4.1 model right here. Again, I just want to cut down the cost and parse his location dates. Here you just put the JSON for how you want it to come out. You can again use this one, as you will have a template down in the description, or you can send it over to ChatGPT and create a new one. Then the next step is figuring out some activities near the vacation, or the activities they want to do more specifically. For that we will use how do I call this? We will use internet through Tably search. So method post tably.com search. How you do this? You just come to Tably, you create a free account. You have around 1000 calls, I think. I have the free account as well, to be honest with you. So I just log in. I have some API keys here, and we go to documentation for you to send over this thing right here. You go to post Tably search, That is the first thing that will come up anyways, to API references. And then here on your right you have a curl. You can just paste this whole thing and send it over to here. So import curl and you would want to send it over. I won't do it because I already have done it right here, but you would normally want to do it. So method, we have post URL api.tably.com search. That is the simple URL right here. Send query parameters and headers. This will be done by the curl. Once you import the URL, it will do all of this stuff. Body content type JSON, specify body using JSON. And let's check out the JSON. Here you don't want to use the set files information because it can do problems, as it did for me for the last couple of minutes when I was trying to do this, because it will basically, the set fields will put it into brackets, that activities, as you can see right here, and we don't want this because it will mess up with our JSON. So we gotta scroll down if you're doing it with retail AI, and you just copy and paste, you just drag and drop query, which is JSON activities. So you drag and drop activities in the destination, so sailing in Santorini, for example. Other than that, I have left everything as it is, only changed max results I have put to 5 and days to 3, but that doesn't make a big change, just the max results. You don't want to have just one, that is bad. Other than that, it is super simple. You do the authorization either through header parameters, which is authorization bearer, and then you paste over your API key, or authentication, where you create your own generic credential type, and you can just use it again and again and again, so you don't have to come up here every time. Okay, then let's come to another HTML request, but this one will be for results. So method will be get, and we will be using SerpAPI AI API for hotels. SerpAPI Hotel API. This one right here. Again, you can register for free, and you will have 100 calls every month for free. So here what you want to do is go to Google Hotels API right here. The main URL is this one, serpapi.com search. I have it right here, and you want to put it right here. Afterwards, you have some parameters, some are required, some are optional, and you want to fill them out in an add-in. So first we have is Q, which is basically the query that AI should search for. So what we have here is destination, so Santorini. Then another thing that is required is the engine, which engine you want to use. It is up here. Alright, let me just find it here. So SerpAPI parameters, yeah, you gotta scroll down for SerpAPI parameters, and you set a name, engine, right here, and just copy Google-hotels and send it over. Next thing is the checkout. Again, we have it as a required, because without it you wouldn't move much. Checkout required parameters defines the checkout date. The format is in this, but we have already sent this over in retail AI, so we don't have to care about this format. I have already told it inside of this tool right here, inside of the trip planner JSON. We can look at this, the departure date of the trip in year, month, day. So we don't have to care about that anymore. We have check-in date, the same thing. Adults, how many adults are traveling, and normally you would have how many children are traveling as well, but I didn't put it here because it is just a demo. And then you have the API key, which is probably the most important one right now, because without it, it won't work at all. It will just not start the node. So here, required API-key, and you will copy your API key in your account right here. It is super simple, it will be just there, the whole thing, so I don't want to show it right now. Or what you can do as well is just use query of and query of API key server VAPI. The same thing like you could with WLE. Now what this will do is generate a few results, as we can see, properties right here. So it will generate results of some properties in Santorini, which are the best rated, best by price and everything. And we can see there is really a lot of properties, a lot of vacation hotels, etc. Over 10 hotels. We will only use like 5 of them, but it is a lot. 19 properties, so that's great. Now what this will give to you is some amenities. It will give you a price, images. Now we'll use all of this inside of our email. The amenities I was talking about, rating, reviews, everything you really need to know in the email, or if you are trying to book a hotel. So we have the rate per night, lowest is 151, before taxes 131, everything you really need to know. And the total rate for 7 days, so 1056, and before taxes 917. Okay, this looks great. Okay, it looks a bit confusing and scary, but it is great, don't worry about it. Then we have flights. This tool will basically search out our flights. It is the same thing. You go to SERP API and you will just find Google Flights API. Google Flights API. I'm really blind, man. I should go to the doctor. So the URL is SERP API search, as we have it right here, serpapi.com search, the same one as before. You can do the query of, again, the same one as before, or you can put an API key just like before. Nothing changes, but the engine will change, because we don't want to do Google Hotels but Google Flights. So go right here, go to SERP API parameters, and engine is Google Flights. So you just put it right here. Then departure date, departure ID, we want to put the airport code and dates. So we have the stuff that is extracted from the airport LLM, which we have created a few minutes ago. Let's just find it. Yep, looks like it will take me a minute to find it. Okay, right here, airport codes and dates. You don't want to use the webhook or the set fields, you want to use this one in the flights. So basically origin is the departure ID, is the origin, so JFK in New York airport. Destination is arrival ID, so you just drag and drop destination. Outbound date, so departure and return. And adults, you just drag and drop this stuff. Adults you can put from the set fields. You can find all of this inside of SERP API somewhere up. Arrival ID, departure ID, and travel class. I didn't add it here, but normally you would obviously want to have it if you want to use it as an actual travel agent. And adults, how many children, again you want to have it. Stops, if you want it to be a round trip or just round away or just one way trip. This is stuff that you need to add if you really want to do it good. So type, but right now this is just a demo, so we don't need it. Okay, I hope you understand so far. I know I'm a bit confusing, but at least you have a template that you can now use. Take it from that. Then the next thing, once we have everything here, we can send over the email or create the email plan and send it over to our customer. So again, as I said before, here I like to get all of the information, all of the important information to the agent. So let's check it out. Now it looks scary, I will be honest with you, it does, but it is okay. What it will do sometimes is it won't find all of the links, all of the resorts as the last time, so you don't have to worry about it. It will not stop the workflow, it will just put it as undefined, but it will not be in the email or anything. That isn't that important. Let's go over the prompt. Flights from set field, JSON origin, destination, on set fields, JSON departure date to return date. So flights from JFK to Santorini on 2025 3rd 20 to 2025 March 27th. North Atlantic Airway 2025 4th 23 13 25 545 minutes. This is basically the best flights around. So we had the flight generated before, and this is just the information from there. So again, you just take it and drag and drop it. JSON best flights. Yeah, I forgot to tell you how will the flights be, how will be the output of this tool be generated. So basically we will have all of this, which isn't that important, it is the input, and then you have the best flights. You will have around, I don't know, 5, 4, let's check out, or two best flights, three best flights, even though it is from 0, 0, 1, 2, or 1 to 3, and then you have other flights which aren't as good or as good as Buildout or as good in price. So these are the cheapest. So we want to use just the best flights probably. John F. Kennedy International Airport, you have the name, arrival airport, duration of in minutes, airline, travel class, flight number, extensions, but the most important is probably the price, the duration. The price is 1,275 and the type is round trip. So this is the stuff that you want to use inside of our email agent. You will just drag and drop it again as everything before. So we will drag and drop best flight 0, flight 0, departure 0, flight 0. Again, features from the same flight or the same resort. Price, no, from the same flight, not resort, because this is everything about flights. Price is again going to be 0, 0 from the same flights. Now we will do the same thing for other best flights that we had, and then we can switch over to resorts. So resort item JSON properties 0, because we want the first one. Then we have link, sometimes it doesn't add a link. Image, rate per night, so the cost, total rate for the whole 7 days, which is $1,056. Nearby places with links, so you have, I don't know, some beach, maybe some mountains, this type of stuff. Amenities, so gym, pool, etc. And then we go over to the second resort, and the same thing with it, and the same thing with the third resort. So we only use 3 resorts, we don't use 5. And the last thing is activities, which are the same in all of these resorts. So we have one activity and the second activity. Okay, looks good. Maybe you don't understand, most likely, but you will have the template down in the description. You can just go over it yourself and you will understand it a bit more likely. Here we just send over the information and explain what the information means. That's just what this is for. Then we have the actual system prompt, where we tell it how to actually generate the email and stuff like that. So overview, you're an expert email writer specializing in creating travel plans. Your job is to output an HTML email with clickable links you must output a subject and an email body in separate parameters. That's why we will use the parse tool. Clickable links. Oh, no. You will receive information about a vacation plan. Break the email into 3 sections: flights, resorts, and activities, just like we send it over. Output format: the email should be structured as HTML that will be sent through email. Use headers to separate the sections and horizontal line to end each section. Subject should contain the travel dates and the arrival location. Introduction: the goal of this section is to get the traveler excited about their upcoming trip. Flights: list the departure and return dates and location. List the flights and details about each one, so the price, the type, if it is economy, how long it is, stuff like that. Resorts: list each resort with a clickable link as the name of the resort. Number of list of resorts. Output images in HTML format like this. We have an example format. Leave a new line between the resort name and its image and refactor the image. Activities: list the activities with clickable links as the name of the activity. Provide a brief description of each activity, given at least 5 activities. Sign off: sign the email off in a friendly way, so bye bye, see you next time. Sign off as Aurora Travel Team, as we have it in Retail AI. This is our Aurora. Oh man. Aurora is our AI agent. And important, do not output more than 1000 words, because we don't want it to be a book, just a quick email. Now, I already again used 4.1 model, but you would most likely want to use Claude in this one, as Nate Herc did, and then we use this tool to parse it again in JSON. So we have the subject and we have the body. Now we go to email tool. We add a email tool, sign in the credentials, message resource message, operation send an email to a Gmail. I was trying it out and forgot to put the email right there. So you would normally want to just put the email of our set file of our customer, basically, is what I meant. So right here, email, you want to put it here, but I was trying it out, so I put there my email for testing. Subject: we have the subject from the parse, so again you drag and drop it from right here. Subject: Santorini vacation, March 20 to 27, 2025, flight to Santorini. Subject: I already went to subject. Email type: HTML, and message: JSON output email body. So you just drag and drop this right here. Now it will send over an email. Then field, we have a response. So we want to separate the response and make it a field. An email has been sent with travel plan for the email and the departure date, 2025 flight to Santorini. So basically the subject email. Now this will be the response that our AI agent will say to us back. That's why we have a respond webhook. Afterwards it will just end the call, because we have set it up that way. You could have normally just upsell him or downsell him for some of your travel agency services, but this is just a demo, so let's not do that. And let's check out the email, how it worked out. So let's go to email. And let's see, get ready for your Santorini adventure. We have first the flights, as we wanted to do. Airway, North Atlantic Airways. So this is the, how do you call it? This is the airline. Then we have the resorts, 3 of the resorts, and then we have 5 activities, because I have sent over that it should send at least 5 activities. So we have experience Santorini's rich wine, private tours, etc, etc, and we have links to all of this. So it is pretty great. I mean, based on AI created all of this, we didn't have to do anything with this. It is pretty great, I think. Great. Now you know how to create an AI luxury concierge. Great, now if you've took it this far, then I wanna congratulate you, cause now you know how to build AI automations, even the sophisticated ones, hard ones, or just the simple ones. You know how to build RAG agents, how to build AI voice agents, and you can start selling pretty much anything or implementing it into your own business. Now if you want to take it a step further, you can check out my channel more, subscribe to me, or check out my school community down in the description. See you in the next video. Bye bye.